Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Recording in progress.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pertama sekali mari kita menyiapkan dan kita bahwa dalam posisi dan pertemuan kita pada hari ini adalah dalam rangka menjadi perhitungan dan tugas kita sebagai kita dan yang kami hormati sekali dan terima kasih banyak Bapak Abdillah sebagai narasumber kita pada pertemuan hari ini yang kami hormati sekali berbeda dalam hal ini Bapak kawan tadi mungkin karena beliau
boleh
Apa aja Pak? Iya. Screen tuh ya dari WA.
Kan.
Baru dia.
ya penghargaan yang setingginya untuk Bapak Ibu yang berkenan hadir.
Saya ulang lagi. Tetap anak bergema gitu, atau coba aja dulu kayak begini.
Tes, tes.
Tes. Halo. Tes.
Tes, tes.
Lah, mulai buka, lah bisa masuk nih. Lah. Nomor sa keluar DP ni Hah?
Tak bisa senyum-senyum.
Laksanakan, laksanakan. Mau ke makam apa ini ya?
Selamat pagi. Bebas lepaskan mimpimu, tegak kuatkan langkahmu, gapailah cita-citamu, takkan padam semangatmu. Alhamdulillah, tanpa kalah, tanpa batas, yakinlah kau pasti bisa. Terus berjuang, terus berkarya, tanpa bersuara pada dunia. Diriku adalah rumahku, sekarang dan selamanya. Mendukung setiap langkah bebas karyamu. Indiho, aktivitas tanpa batas. Selamat pagi. Bebas lepaskan mimpimu, tegak kuatkan langkahmu, gapailah cita-citamu,
Justru bagi sempurna. Karena kamera itu tidak seperti mata manusia. Dia hanya mengambil beberapa gelombang yang saja. Jadi dia buat
Mendukung setiap langkah bebas karyamu. IndiHome, aktivitas tanpa batas.
Saya bisa memanipulasi warna yang kita tangkap di kamera.
Selamat pagi.
Jadi kalau masuk di kamera, dia milih kalau misalnya punya dia merah. Protokolnya yang datang. Protokol belum datang. Vina. Protokolnya Vina kan? Masih di bawah.
Dukung setiap langkah bebas karyamu. IndiHome, aktivitas tanpa batas.
Selamat pagi.
Bang, kok capek selamat pagi dah, Bang? Kok capek situ selamat pagi? Pagi baru sekolah selamat pagi. Kencang gitu. Belum lain. Ya? Apa tuh? Iya. Apa? Boleh. Apa kan? Enggak ini.
Mendukung setiap langkah bebas karyamu. IndiHome, aktivitas tanpa batas.
Baik, Pak.
Nolongin apa nih dari sini mampu dari situ. Nggak ada nih. Ini kan bintang ini. Nggak bisa dipindah-pindah aja. Bisa. Ini ada di rumah saya.
Kan cewek warna-warni kok ada yang putih saja. Memanipulasi warna yang ditangkap kamera, karena kamera itu kemampuan penangkap warna kan nggak kayak foto hanya sebagian.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Politeknik Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh. we proudly present the International Conference on Green Engineering, Food Agriculture, Science and Technology 2021. It's been great honor for me, Tina Kartini Karsuni, to hosting today's event. Before we proceed the program today, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Honorable Insinyur Alvin Hasman MP as the Director of Politeknik Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh. The Honorable Professor Dr. Christian Klapner as the keynote speaker from University of Nottingham, United Kingdom. The Honorable Professor Dr. Muhammad Sapwan Salid as the keynote speaker from University Putra, Malaysia. The Honorable Dr. Rince Alfia Fadri as the keynote speaker from Politeknik Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh, Indonesia. The Honorable Professor Dr. Ravindra Chandra Joshi as the keynote speaker from Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, Philippines. The Honorable Mr. Wahyu Kaisarendra PhD as the keynote speaker from University Brunei Darussalam. The Honorable Mr. Diamond Shukri PhD as the keynote speaker from Andalas University, Indonesia. The Honorable all presenter, guests, and audiences of today's event. And last but not least, we would like to thank our sponsors, KPN Politani, Bank Nagari, Bank BRI, Bank BNI, Telkom Indonesia, Mitra Kerinci RNI Group, Corteva Agri Science. Further, for the sequel of morning agenda, we will sing National Anthem of Indonesia and Hymn of Politeknik Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up.
Nah, kita keluar. Nah, itu sila maksimal tuh.
Iya.
Kok gini lah orang lah sudah amat. Soalnya suara apa tuh?
Iya, ada dah. Nggak ada ini ya. Oh, langsung aja.
Jabatan terakhir ya.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please
Yeah.
have a seat.
Skala terakhir ya. Hujan, Mas. Jabatan terakhir.
Prayer played by Siti Alia, the student ambassador of Politeknik Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh. To Siti Alia, time is yours.
Dan apa? Jabatan terakhir.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan yuwafi ni'mahu wa laka syukru. Allahumma shalli ala Muhammadin fil awwalina wal akhirin. Allahumma ya Allah. In the name of Allah, the gracious, the merciful, I seek refuge with Allah from Satan, the curse. I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to each and every one of you for being able to attend this unveiling event. Thank in advance to all the participants who have joined to this prestigious event, and this is an honor for me to be involved in this event. Before we start the seminar, let's pray to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us an opportunity to hold this international seminar. In order for us to run this event smoothly, we would like to invite all the participants to pray based on their religion. As for our case, I'm going to lead Muslims participants to pray with me. Ya Allah, Ya Rabbana, please guide us to run this seminar smoothly. Even though today we're still having this pandemic COVID-19 with us, but we believe that we can still get through with this together with all of your protections for us. All the participants strongly hope that by this international seminar, we can produce a new thing that can bring us to a better agricultural in full of innovative and creative way, and also become a source of knowledge to all of the participants. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas sami'ul alim wa tub 'alaina anta tawwabur rahim. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Allahumma amin Allahumma amin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Siti Alia. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will invite to the stage the most responsible person of today's international conference event, Dr. Rilma Novita, STP MP, as the General Chairman of Icgefast 2021. To Dr. Rilma Novita, STP MP, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First and foremost, praying our grateful and praise to the Almighty God for all His blessing, grace, and mercies that have made us possible together here in this conference in excellent condition and health. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of our distinguished forum guests, and invited speakers, presenters, and participants to the first international conference on Green Engineering, Food, Agricultural Science, and Technology 2021. It is effort by the Politeknik Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh. First, the Icgefast is proudly co-organized with Green Engineering Society and co-hosting with Andalas University, West Sumatra, Indonesia. Second, in this occasion, I would like to inform you that this event consists of two programs, including the international seminar that start from today until tomorrow, and parallel session will be held on tomorrow. The international seminar present keynote speakers from Politeknik Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh and Andalas University, Indonesia, and guests and invited speakers from Malaysia, Philippines, Brunei Darussalam, United Kingdom, and also will participate in this conference to share their knowledge and expertise. Icgefast 2021 is remotely attended by participants from academicians, researchers, students, private businesses, government in Indonesia. Among this number, 77 participants will disseminate their scientific results related to this topic conference, post-pandemic sustainability and resilience in agriculture, food, and energy. Last but not least, I would like to express blessed gratitude to our Polytechnic for their support to this conference, and also a heartfelt wish to all the committee involved in Icgefast 2021. Without you, Icgefast 2021 will not be a reality. Representing the organizer, I proudly welcome all of you at Icgefast 2021, wishing all participants fruitful and memorable experience for these 2 days. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rilma Novita, STP, MP. And with honor, we would like to invite to the stage Insinyur Elvin Hasman, MP, as the Director of Politeknik Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh, to deliver a few sentences. To Insinyur Elvin Hasman, MP, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me in this opportunity to welcome all of these conference participants by first praying to our grateful and praise to the Almighty God for all His blessing, grace, mercies that have made us possible to gather here in this conference in excellent condition and health. Dear keynote speaker, distinguished guests, and participants of the first international conference on green engineering, food, agricultural science, and technology 2021, with topic post-pandemic sustainability and resilience in agriculture, food, and energy. Politeknik Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh is very pleased to host this conference. COVID-19, that we all know as a pandemic in the whole world, has changed many things in this modern life circumstance. Some of activities, those are directly related to agriculture, has been distracted by the pandemic. Agriculture sector has been impacted as people have some limitation on their activities, started from production process up to delivering fresh agriculture product to the customers. However, we have to fight and bring back the life together. To answer the challenges of changing life since the pandemic, it is necessary to conduct research and innovation related to sustainability, agriculture, and agricultural technology. Together, the community have to be getting up and running the economy again safely by implementing health protocol with strategies and measurable effort in maintaining the sustainability of agricultural business and the application of agricultural technology. It is expected to be able to provide solution on agricultural problem during the pandemic. Various technology are needed to empower farmer so that the agricultural business become to profitable business sector. This conference is part of our concern on contribution of science and technology for enhanced nation productivity and competitiveness in Indonesia. Hopefully, we all can significantly give to the nation advancement in the early future. To all of our distinguished guests and participants, thank you for being here. Welcome and enjoy the conference. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Thank you very much, Insinyur Alvin Hasman MP, for the sentences. Now, we are going to take a picture together. For all presenters and audiences, please turn on your camera and we are going to screen capture for documentation. Okay, ready? I'll count. 1, 2, 3. Okay, once again, I'll count. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are beginning to the first plenary session of the Icgefast 2021. And the keynote speakers for this session is Mr. Wahyu Kaisarendra, PhD from University Brunei Darussalam with the topic Sensory Technology and IoT System for Indoor Hydroponic Application. Also, this session will be moderated by Mrs. Marian Elza, SPD, MPD, to the moderator for this first session. Mrs. Marian Elza, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vina Kartini. To plenary session in the International Conference on Green Engineering, Food Agricultural Science and Technology, Politeknik Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh. My name is Marian Elza. I will be your moderator for this session. Our first keynote speaker is the Honorable Mr. Wahyu Cesarendra, PhD. He is an assistant professor and research coordinator from Faculty of Integrated Technology, University Brunei Darussalam. He achieved his bachelor degree in engineering from Diponegoro University, Indonesia in August 2005. Then he achieved his master degree from Pukyong National University, South Korea in February 2010. And in December 2015, he achieved his PhD in Australia from University of Wollongong. In this occasion, Mr. Cesarendra will present Sensory Technology and IoT System for Indoor Hydroponic Application. Before we begin our session, we would like to inform you that, first, all microphones should be muted during presentation. Second, the presentation will last for 20 minutes. At the end of the video, participants are allowed to address questions limited to 3 at the most for first Q&A session. Please write down your questions in the chat box and I will read it out for the speaker. If you feel like to address the question directly, you may press the raise hand button. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's invite Mr. Wahyu Cesarendra. Sir, time is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, moderator, for introducing my profile. I would like to say Assalamualaikum first and good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank to the committee Icgefast conference for inviting me in this good conference. It's my first time actually to present, and I would like to share. Yeah, thank you everyone, and I'm very honored to be here. And also, I would like to say hello to the all the lecturer and high management level in Polytechnic Negeri Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh in Padang, West Sumatra. I would like to share my PPT. As anyone can see my PPT now? Can anyone see my PPT? Maybe just would like to double check. Yeah, can you see my PPT, moderator, Ibu Marian Elza? Okay. Today I would like to share about the ideas about the Internet of Things application for monitoring and controlling nutrient for indoor hydroponic. Actually, I bring my colleagues as well, my friends in. Actually, he's Indonesian. He's originally from Payakumbuh, Padang, West Sumatra. He is the businessman and owner of the hydroponic in the hydroponic development in Brunei. Actually, he is very developing, and I would like to share about this as well. And today's lecture, today's presentation, I think you will see a lot of green today, and good for your eyes, because too many Zoom also we can have fatigue. I'd like to, maybe you can see from my presentation all of green. Okay, I'm from Jakarta actually. This is my profile. Actually, if you allow me a little bit, about 2 minutes to introduce, because I hope that in the future we have collaboration in terms of the technology and maybe product design, because this is my expertise in product design, mechatronics and robotics, smart manufacturing and machine learning, and also artificial intelligence and deep learning. Yeah, already mentioned, I've graduated from Undip, bachelor, master from Korea, and PhD from the Pukyong, and I also did my postdoc in Singapore before I joined UBD. And alhamdulillah, this year I already achieved 2% of the most influential scientists in the term of in the area of the AI, artificial intelligence and image processing. And also I currently acting as a editors in high impact journal, for example, sensors, micro machine. Maybe some of you have a good paper you can collaborate maybe in the future. And this is my history about research. Actually, I learned about mechatronics in bachelor, control system, mechanical design, signal processing, mechanical vibration, and then in master also I learned some of this field. And I would like to crystallize my competencies in mechanical design, machine learning, and mechatronics. And I have applied my competencies into some of areas, for example, condition monitoring, biomechatronics, and biomedical signal processing, manufacturing, machine learning, deep learning, and some of industry and hospital also have been collaborate with me in the past 10 years. And today's lecture is quite new for me actually. I just started to be involved in the IoT. Actually, is also is already my background. I have published paper in terms of IoT, but different application. For the hydroponic application is honestly it's very quite new. And then I just started this past few months. And today's content, maybe I would like to just introduce about hydroponics. What's hydroponics? And currently, I think you have know that you are familiar already about hydroponics. And actually, the hydroponic that we have known is we call outdoor hydroponics. And I think Indonesia also quite famous. I'm not sure in Padang, maybe already has some people already starting hydroponic business for it. And I would like to introduce about indoor hydroponics. It's just quite potential for the maybe some of you that would like to have healthy food, and then maybe also yeah, we can share what is the reason why we should move or we should consider about indoor hydroponics. And I would like to, because I have not enough result at the moment due to my starting point of the research. Maybe I will start next year actually, because Brunei currently is in the semi lockdown. I cannot do many things during the second wave of COVID, so I would postpone to my research to the next year. And I just would like to present some of the paper. It's quite interesting, and maybe from this paper, published paper, we can get or we can gain some of the information. And I would like to introduce our preliminary study, IoT monitoring system, and we can have a conclusion and Q&A. For Q&A, I bring my friend from the Brunei. He's a businessman in hydroponic. Probably he can answer to question related to the hydroponics question. Okay. Outdoor hydroponics. Hydroponics is the art of gardening without soil. Yeah, basically, the hydroponics is the plants, the garden without soil. Yeah, usually the plant is growing in the soil, right? But hydroponics is the growing plant without soil. So hydroponics is from the Latin word. It's mean the meaning is working water, because we don't have soil. Water is a take part of the soil. Water is replace the soil contribution to the growing of the plant. So everything supposed to be in the water, including like providing the nutrient, hydration, and oxygen to plant life. So this is actually from the internet, but in the next slide, I would like to show the real hydroponic plant from my college, Pak Andri Anwar. And is here. The name of his company is Icgefast Brunei. He's also joining us today in this conference, and we call this outdoor hydroponics. You can see from the greenhouse. Yeah, greenhouse made by his and then his staff. It's quite also very challenging, because many information, many skill have to be, because like exposure, sun exposed also need to be has some limitation, the humidity inside, and then also for maybe the temperature. So everything's maintained, but the outdoor hydroponic mostly maintained by the staff or the farmer. So this is the outdoor hydroponics in Brunei. And also my wife already joined the workshop conducted by Pak Andri Anwar in his company, his farm. You can see from here, the outdoor hydroponic quite also challenging, because we have to treat, we can have to maintain from the seed of hydroponic quite carefully. We have to carefully maintain, and yeah, the participant provided like a more than 10 sheet, and when I see the statistic, maybe not all of them is going up. Yeah, there is some like yeah, because we are beginner, maybe different with the Pak Andri, he's already expert. But you can see from here, what I would like to say is the hydroponic plantation is not easy actually. Yeah, it's sometimes like we need also fundamental knowledge. Also, we have to be resilience, not give up easily, because we have to also to have a trial and error. So if we have growing like what is this, salad, right? Yeah, salad, lettuce. Sorry, I forget the name in English. Lettuce. So this lettuce quite beautiful. If you see, she's like a successful story, and he already distribute the product, hydroponic product, to the markets in Brunei, quite successful. Yeah, Mart, maybe also some of the fast food company also already use. And here, this is the picture of his farm. what I would like to mention here is if you have a hydroponic business, this is quite potential, and many now Indonesian also would like to try in Brunei due to his successful story. And yeah, in here the photo also showing you the manual temperature checking. So in outdoor hydroponic, we have to maintain the temperature, otherwise the lettuce will not growing very well. So in here, many things. Maybe also at the end of this, if you have question relating to what the parameters supposed to be maintained, he will help me to answer because I'm not the hydroponic expert. So in here, the hydroponic, outdoor hydroponic, and then so now the trend is I'm not so in Indonesia because I haven't go back to Indonesia for the 2 years. I have no idea. But currently in Brunei, and also maybe in other countries such as Singapore, maybe also Western countries, the indoor hydroponic is considered. Why they are interesting with the indoor hydroponic. So before I explain 5 reasons here, I would like to just represent the one that motivate me and Pak Andri why we would like to develop indoor hydroponic, because in Brunei we are living in very or huge big house that consists of, for example, like more than 4 bedrooms, and maybe 2 or 3 stories. So also, when I was appointed in UBD at the first time in 2018, UBD offered me 5-bedroom house with 3 stories, but me and my wife selected the only apartment with 4 bedrooms. Yeah, this is the environment in Brunei. So if you can see from here, you can imagine there are a lot of room, maybe more than 2 room is not using and vacant, so still empty and not used by maybe because of the member of the family is limited. So this is motivate us to try to apply the indoor hydroponic to the indoor. This means that maybe the empty room, unvacant room, we can use it for hydroponic planting. That's why we in Brunei, this is our motivation. But go back to here, some of the people has 5 reasons. For example, space having, less staff, I will describe in detail later on, and less monitoring, self-consumption, and home decoration. Let's have a look one by one. Just in the presentation, I just would like maybe to give you some idea. Maybe in the future, you would like to apply the indoor hydroponic, at home in Indonesia. So reason number 1 is for why we have to why we is considered about indoor hydroponics because of space saving. Outdoor hydroponics requires a lot of land, of course. Yeah, this is quite obvious. As you can see from the Andri farm, or use Brunei farm, we need to prepare the lands and also everything to plant the hydroponic or lettuce. And for indoor hydroponics, it doesn't take up a lot of land, enough in the room. Okay, so this is an example of the picture: outdoor hydroponics and indoor hydroponics. And also the less stuff. So as we can see in my previous slide, we have to monitor, we have to control all the parameters that can make the hydroponic vegetables growing up perfectly. So the staff has to be maintained, maybe there is some duration. The expert know about this. For example, like every 3 hours, maybe or every 6 hours, they have to monitor everything. Yeah. So this in the outdoor, but in the indoor, we doesn't need to doesn't need to have the more stuff, because in indoor usually the environment is quite stable rather than the outside. Maybe outside sometimes the climate is changed, but indoor maybe the temperature quite stable. But still we need to some device or some system that can control the environment. We will discuss about this in the other section. So and then the next is less monitoring. yeah, this is similar to the one that I mentioned before. Less staff and less monitoring is the one set. So of course we need staff because we need monitoring, and if the indoor hydroponic, it doesn't need to have a lot of monitoring, but with the quote that we need to have another additional device or system. So we will discuss about this. And self-consumption. Okay. If you have you ever buy the lettuce from the hydroponic production, or maybe farmer is quite fresh, and yeah, doesn't need to have like a pesticide, everything that's quite healthy. So if you can try the hydroponics product, I think you will you would want to buy more. But the price now is a bit higher than the normal maybe the normal original, or maybe common farming. So in here, why don't we produce, or we can create the self-consumption, self hydroponic indoor in our home. Then we can, for example, if the lettuce growing up and ready to pick up, and then we can just pick up for our consumption. Yes, because quite healthy hydroponics. And we can also ask maybe Andri, also not sure how long the hydroponic can be harvest, yeah, from the beginning of the seed plantation. Okay, this is the self concept. And then the last reason is about the home decoration. Yeah, this is actually the subjective. Maybe some people like to put the plant inside the home. Maybe some of you doesn't really like this, but this is also one of the reason why I just try to get from the people's research in internet about the reason why the indoor hydroponics currently is increasing in the past years. Yeah. Okay. Section number 3 is about IoT application in hydroponic. The hydroponics. I also still have one question from my colleague last time. Can we publish a paper? Because I believe that for academia is article, journal article or paper is quite important for maybe for the graduation, for the postgraduate student, also maybe for the lecturer to promotion. Maybe, and then I received a lot of questions about this. Can we publish hydroponic topic in the journal? I don't want to say yes or no, but you can see from this PPT in 2018, some people already published topic in high impact journals in Elsevier. The topic is about the hydroponics. You can see for IoT based hydroponic system. So don't be pessimistic about what topic you are currently doing. The important thing is how you present your result in the paper, or maybe in the article. So this is the important things. Do not, many my colleagues in Indonesia, before they submitted the paper, already like a pessimistic, and that doesn't want to try. And this is, I believe, I would like to give some motivation to all of you, especially in the maybe the farming, also agriculture field. Maybe for like maybe for example, that's just an example. Maybe in the mechanical, for example, robotics, maybe another field that quite famous. They easily to maybe to get some publication. But in agriculture also we can also publish. Don't worry about that. So although we are in the agriculture, we still have we can find a lot of topics and gap in the related field. And I don't want to discuss about this because this is from the overseas. I just would like to try to find the published paper from Indonesia, because I would like to give some proof that Indonesia is already starting the research in IoT and hydroponics. We can just try to have a look to papers that I selected. One paper is from the Polytechnic Negeri Malang, the state of Polytechnic of Malang. The title is Implementation of IoT and System Monitoring Hydroponic Plant Water Circulation and Control, published in International Journal of Engineering and Technology in 2018. You can see from here, this year is quite latest because this is still new. Okay, in this paper, the researcher, the authors use the Internet of Things system with some of the sensor, because also my topic now is the sensor. The sensor used is in the system is the humidity sensor, and then the temperature sensor. Yeah, this humidity, the ST11 is the humidity, and pH sensor, because what I learned from during the workshop of my training workshop from my wife, other than the humidity and also the temperature, pH of the water of the hydroponic plant also important. So in this case, the author used the humidity sensor, the ST11, and also pH sensor, SEN0161, and the proximity sensor. Okay, and this is also have a water pump, because when I read this paper, it's quite interesting, because if you understand about IoT, actually IoT is there are three pillars. But I didn't present it here. Actually, IoT has three pillars. It has one is the internet. Oh, sorry, one is a thing. The one pillar is a thing, something, maybe the data, everything, the data, and we call thing is the data. And the pillar number two is internet. And you can guess what is the third pillar. The third pillar is the intelligence. Okay, so without these three pillars, we cannot say IoT, Internet of Things. But currently, many people say IoT just only connected to the internet. This is not the correct, actually not the correct terminology of IoT. So people, for example, I can access internet, I can show something, I can get something. We call IoT. Actually, that's not the correct terminology. When I attending the one of the workshop in Singapore a few years ago, I repeat again, IoT has three pillars. Number one is thing, number two is the internet, and number three is the intelligence. So this paper is already good, because why? It has three pillars included here. Number one is the thing, data. So the data is, for example, the humidity, pH data, and maybe temperature, and also the distance proximity sensor. And then things, they connect to the internet using the database or MySQL. And then this data is processed by the expert system. We call it fuzzy. Maybe some of you know about the fuzzy logic. So fuzzy logic is one of the expert system, but not a machine learning. Just like a different, one level below the machine learning, we call the expert system. So this fuzzy logic actually analyze the data, and according to this data, I will show you the later on. They will, yeah, this is the fuzzy logic membership function. If you ever tried the fuzzy logic, quite famous, maybe in the past 10 to 20 years. For example, I just give you an example. If you have washing machine is already embedded with the fuzzy logic. Before the machine learning is developed and deep learning, everything AI. So fuzzy logic is the famous one. Many electronics part or product use this one. Like for example, a washing machine as well as the aircon as well, air conditioner. So fuzzy logic is the expert system method that can decide the raw data. They can decide like a human, but not purely like human, because they have some decision. For example, in this case, they have 5 for temperature: cold, rather cold, normal, rather hot, and hot. So please note that this decision have to be programmed by the expert. This is the limitation of the fuzzy logic, because we need expert to make this membership function. If expert is not involved, that means the result will be has some less accuracy, because we need expert. So this is the limitation. But the good thing is once the model or membership function is built, when the expert is not available, the fuzzy logic system can decide by themselves. In this case, also for example, air humidity, the expert divide into into 4: dry, rather dry, middle, rather wet, and wet. So this membership function can be developed by the expert. We can just choose 3 membership function or 5, depending on the system. Okay. And this is expert system. And then the second factor is, the next factor is about the monitoring. Also, this is the monitoring. They use the one application of internet application, and they can show all of the parameters monitoring here. For example, like temperature, humidity, pH, and everything here. And this is the result also of the membership function. Membership function is like a if then. If not go here, they will go else. If they will go next decision. If else if, and then until depend on the, if we have 5 steps, they will go into the 5 logical decision. So this is a fuzzy logic. It's quite good. So that's why I would like to present this one. So just to give you motivation that Indonesian already developed IoT in hydroponic with expert system. This is the example, and actually also I would like to compare like this in my result, but I not complete due to the pandemic. So yeah, I think this is the happen in before the pandemic. This is the real photo from the authors, and then they compare the hydroponic result between the manual and automatic. You can see from here in terms of the master plan, the height, as well as the number of leaves. Basically, we can just in general we can say automatic IoT automatic monitoring or automatic nutrition system is better than manual. But again, I'm not sure in here what is the definition by manual, because if the manual is not conducted by the expert, of course this result will be give you less result. But in my result now, I already have the expert. So hopefully in the future, I can compare like apple to apple and the more fair, because the manual thing that I will compare with the automatic one is the one is already expert in hydroponic field. And this one, I'm not sure, because when I see the author list, is all of them is from the academia. There is not like a practice industry or practical people. So the manual here need to be questioned. Yeah. So they measure with the 27.8 H. Okay, and this paper, number 2 is about the paper from the BINUS Jakarta, also smart hydroculture control system based on IoT and fuzzy logic. Same, still okay, new 1 year. Last year they published this paper, and still can be accepted in international. So people working here don't be pessimistic. This still can be accepted with also fuzzy logic. Maybe we can just improve in the next time using the maybe machine learning and deep learning. It will be like a potential to collaborate with maybe with me and maybe also Pak Edi and from the other lecture in Polytechnic Pertanian Payakumbuh. And this is the structure. Just maybe just briefly, they have a water level sensor, they have a ESP module, and most of them they use a Raspberry. They will use a Arduino actually, then connect to the sensor, like humidity sensor here, and then also they have an EC sensor, pH sensor, and motor servo to open the pump as well. That is the pump and peristaltic. The sensor here is more than the previous paper, because they use more the sensor here. 1, yeah, PS2, 3, yeah, more than maybe 5. This is also good and interesting, the paper. Okay, and this the result as well. This the final. The result also have to be compared between the traditional and the smart control. So visually, they compare that between the traditional and the smart control. This growth of the hydroponic plant is better in the smart control. Again, I question maybe is this method already optimal, because we need the expert to also to grow the manual or traditional. Then will be like a fair comparison. Okay, this is the paper number 2, and this is the result of the latest leaf length, and the right figure is about the height of the latest leaf, and they claim that the author claims that the traditional method. Oh, this is maybe yeah. I don't think that is correct figure, because in here they claim that in terms of the length and also the white is head and leg is better, but in this figure it's quite opposite. So I think the higher line here is supposed to be a smart control system, and below here is a traditional. So yeah, be careful about the presenting the figure before we publish in the journal, because it's permanent. So basically, I would like to say that smart control system is better, but still have a question: is the traditional system is already optimized the parameter? Okay, and then yeah, this is also the difference between the length. Oh, different plan. This is the latest, yeah. The previous one is latest, and the second comparison is a block choice. Maybe you know about block choice. It's quite also like this is also one of my favorite vegetable, block choice. And session number 4 is the one that from ourselves, but unfortunately cannot be completed due to the semi lockdown in Brunei. And then we just present the result of the calibration. Okay, it's calibration from the some also from Pak Edi also, including in this paper, include contribute. And this the result maybe from the Pak Andri Anwar, just text, just copy and paste picture from his file. So again, hydroponic is the method of planting and growing vegetable in which soil is not needed. And hydroponic plant needs necessary sufficient nutrients. So you need to take note that hydroponic plants need necessary and sufficient nutrients such as watering, stripping, flowing, and spraying on the planting media. Okay, please do not feel hungry because I presented the food in my PPT. This is a salad and this is the nasi goreng, also quite famous in Brunei. Many people like nasi goreng. And this is the structure that we already developed, but we haven't tried to the real hydroponic plant. Okay, so we have this system. We use Arduino Mega Pro as well. Yeah, this is quite common for supply. We use the Node MCU. This is not MCU, and the Blink is the IoT platform. Yeah, this is the hardware and this is the software. So I use at the moment I just use the 2 sensors. Yeah, this is the thermo for the temperature, and humidity sensor SHD31, and I also use a fan and water pump. This is already complete, but we haven't tried to the hydroponic plant. And this the Blink is the quite potential. We will try this platform first, IoT. The benefit of the Blink apps is we don't need to use a laptop. So from the hardware, since we connected to the internet connection, if we connected, and then we can connect to the handphone, mobile phone. So this is quite famous. And this is the structure as well. So this is the temperature sensor, humidity, and this is the MCU IoT platform. This is, we also have monitoring to see maybe the parameter hydroponic, for example, temperature or humidity. Yeah, this is the fan. Yeah, and then also there is a pump here. So that we have connected this one, and then this is some picture of our we call a box hydroponics, but we haven't tested yet due to the pandemic. So this is the plan. We have we will put the 4 sensor here, temperature sensor, and this is the box panel, electronic circuit, everything is here. And also we based on the Pak Andri recommendation, we also try to buy the LED, because LED light is also one of the factor that can make the harmonic plants growing perfectly. If in the previous papers, maybe they discuss about the outdoor. I forgot to mention. Yeah, in the paper from the Polytechnic Negeri Malang, and then as well as the paper from BINUS, I think they perform the hydroponic for the outdoor. But so far we haven't. I haven't find any publication in related to the indoor hydroponics IoT. So this is quite challenging and also quite potential in the future, because indoor doesn't have sun, right? Usually the outdoor just rely on sun light to make the plant growing. So but we would like to replace the sun, because the LED also have some UV wavelength that almost similar to the sunlight. So we apply this UV or the LED light to make the letters, for example, going perfectly. Hopefully, will have a result. If I invited again to the Icgefast next year, hopefully I can present the result. Okay, this is and then we would like to do something important, because if you dealing with the measurement, I would like to ask maybe to the students in here, mahasiswa, what is the most important things if you do measurement? Maybe just type. Maybe I give you 1 or 2 minutes. Maybe just 30 seconds. Just typing. Maybe the answer I would like to know, and I will give you the answer. What is the important things if you're dealing with the measurement? What is the most important things before we dealing the measurement? Yeah, I would like to see. Maybe Anyone try to answer? Maybe just would like to. This is for student only. Maybe for lecture already smart. Already know every. Please try to type maybe one of the answer before I continue. So what is the most important thing? What is the most important thing in measurement? One word. I try to type down the question here. Anyone maybe can? Okay, no one. Okay, want to be volunteer? I've tried to also in my presentation. I always try to conduct feedback. Presentation is not only one way. Anyone can help. We have about 142 participants. Maybe 1 or 2 I can get from this also to test you. What is the most important things in measurement? Anyone? Okay, thank you for from Arna Yulis. Temperature and humidity. Thank you very much for the answer. So temperature and humidity is the parameter that we would like to measure. Actually, what I'm asking is calibration, the answer. So before you do measurement, please try to do calibration. Okay, this is the answer. Calibration. How can you make sure? How can you guarantee that your sensor reading is correct? Okay, so everything that before you do measurement in terms of temperature, humidity, this one is the unit or the things that you would like to measure. But the one that I'm asking is what is the most important things is calibration. So in this case, I would like to demonstrate that calibration is important, because for example, without calibration, we cannot guarantee that your reading is correct or accurate. Okay, so in this case, we would like to have 3 different reading. Okay, from the portable temperature, the one that actual, the temperature, or sorry, portable thermometer, the red one here. This is the portable thermometer. We would like to measure the indoor forcible temperature inside the box. This for example. And then we have the monitor that we developed from the system. Yes. And because we would like to monitor it online, so we developed the IoT platform using the Blink and not MCU, and then we develop in the mobile phone. You can see from the left here. So we would like to test whether these 3 readings is similar or not. Okay, this is the important things in the measurement before you do any measurement. And you can see from here the 3 reading, we collected about like 100 samples data. You can see from here the reading. Of course, we have some different, but I can say that the difference is not more than like a 5% error. Okay, less than 5%. So you can see from here, from the thermometer reading, the red one here, and then for the temperature reading on LCD, the data reading by LCD, And the temperature reading on a Blink internet platform, we can see from here, from our preliminary study is quite almost similar, although not exactly, but we can accept this one. Of course, we will improve later on to make it the figures will be more coincide or similar, but so far can be accepted. You can see from this video, we demonstrate the reading from the actual temperature using the portable thermometer, and also from the hardware reading by after they read for the temperature sensor fit, and then to go to the microcontroller, and then can be read by the monitor, as well as how we can send this data into the internet, and then this the result. So far we can just present this result. Hopefully next year will be everything will going normal, then we can test with the real hydroponic plant. Okay, I come to the conclusion. Outdoor hydroponics needs more space, of course, and while indoor hydroponic use less space, you can consider this. Outdoor hydroponic needs more human resources and higher capital to build the farm that indoor hydroponics. Yes, and however, but we have some effect, or maybe we can have to consider about this. The indoor hydroponics need technology to control the nutrient and environment. This is the one that currently is growing up, and we will try to contribute in this area. Thank you very much for the attention, and maybe you have a Q&A, and maybe also my friend Pak Andri can help me to answer the question.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Wahyu Sesarendra, for the amazing presentation. And moving along to our session, we would like to invite the participants to ask questions. Please feel free to write down your question in our chat box. And we already have one question here. Oh, we have two, actually. The first one is from Dr. Eddie from Payakumbuh State Agricultural Polytechnic. The question is, what are the main problems in implementing IoT in hydroponics, especially in terms of business aspects or initial financing? Is there an opportunity for our students to collaborate to do research at UBD? Dr. Wahyu, would you like to answer it now, sir?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Okay, in the academia point of view, in terms of technology, it's still potential, but I think the question is most towards to the business plan. Maybe you can help me to unmute my colleagues, my friends from Brunei. He's Indonesian. Pak Andri Anwar, maybe he can answer the question because it's related to the business. But in terms of the technology, as academia, I can say that this is very potential hydroponic area in the future. Maybe the committee can help me to. Pak Andri, are you still joining us? Because I have known Pak Andri about 1 or 2 years, and I also following his business. This is quite promising, of course. If you imagine that one box of hydroponics, when I buy from the market, is about $3. It's like 30,000 rupiah. One lettuce box, maybe this big. This is quite. You can Okay, I don't know. Maybe Pak Andri can help me to answer.
Okay.
But I already answered the question. Hopefully, accept. You can accept the answer. Quite promising in the term of business, in Brunei especially. Like also McDonald's, also they only buy the product from the when I see the fast food also maybe and I can get information from Andre also. They have they use lettuce from the hydroponic system, not from the not the traditional system. Yeah.
All right. We have 2 questions left, and we just have 4 minutes.
Yep.
So we will give time to Mr. Andre to answer, to give a comment or answer. Time is yours, Mr. Andre.
Yeah, thank you, Andre.
Uda Andre, actually, you can call me Uda Andre. Okay, usually per one pack, you are only 100 gram. 100 gram, especially for me, we sell to mostly to supermarket. Sometimes the catering. So we supply around one month around 400 till 500 kg. The price is around $3. $3 around 30,000 rupiah.
1,000 rupiah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Andre already answered the question, Bu Marian.
Okay.
Maybe we can move to the next question. Maybe there are a few questions left.
Okay, thank you, Pak Andri. And the last question, how does the country, or especially Brunei, make IoT lending to the farmers? This is important as IoT mostly deals with capital resources.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Okay, when we go back to my expression about IoT pillars, the one of the pillar for IoT is internet connection. I don't want to compare actually, but so far Brunei internet connection is good enough to support the if the Bruneian people, for example, in the future would like to develop the IoT. This will be supported by the structure of IoT. I mean the internet, because internet connection is quite strong, similar to the Singapore. So yeah, I think we can. I can say there is no some issue regarding the IoT platform, IoT connection, IoT lending to the farmer in the future. If the people in Brunei would like to apply, because we need to have a continuous monitoring and reliable. If you just for example, when I live in Indonesia before, I still remember that during the doing something internet, suddenly they cut. This will be dangerous, because we need to continuous. If you're dealing with the expert system or AI or machine learning, we need continuous data. If we lost the data, the AI will be difficult to analyze. Okay, I think that's the question for me. Sorry, this is the answer from me.
Okay. Actually, Dr. Wahyu, we still have one more question. Is that okay?
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
From Andalas University is from Rizka Kurnia Dewi. She wants to ask if there is a difference in the nutritional content on the difference in growth rate for outdoor and indoor hydroponic product, because they use different lighting resource and another environmental content.
Thank you for the question, Rizka. I think also Pak Andri can help me to, because it's related to the nutrition content. Yeah.
Just for the nutrition, isn't it?
Yes, Pak Andri, about nutrition between the indoor and outdoor.
Yeah, I think the same. The quality, not quality, what's quality? The same indoor and outdoor. Especially for the Brunei, we're thinking that not growing for the lettuce. We and Dr. Cesar actually want to plan to growing the strawberry.
Oh, strawberry.
Yes, this is the big project actually.
Okay.
So that's why we want to make the IoT, the box hydroponic for strawberry. The sample is like in Surabaya. Maybe more my friends are growing a strawberry in the mall. So that's why I want to make the growing strawberry in Brunei too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Pak Andri, for the answer. Yeah, I think I just would like to add some comment. If you interested with to join with us, maybe you can apply. Maybe for example, the lecturer or maybe student can apply postgraduate study EDBD under my supervision as well. And then you will have the practical project already. Yeah, so this is quite challenging and interesting. Thank you, Pak Andri. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Andri. I think we come to the end of our session because of our limited time. Ladies and gentlemen, that will be the end of our first session. Hopefully it will be beneficial for everybody. Thank you very much, Dr. Wahyu Sesarendra and all the participants for joining this first presentation. I will give it back to our MC, Ms. Vina Kartini.
Thank you for the first session moderator, Mrs. Marian Elza. And also thank you very much for Mr. Wahyu Sesarendra, PhD from University Brunei Darussalam, with excellent topic and informative presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will move to the second plenary session, and the keynote speaker for the session is Professor Dr. Muhammad Sapuan Salid from University Putra Malaysia, with the topic Industrial Application of Natural Fiber. The session will be moderated by Insinyur Dennis Sorel, MSc. To the moderator of this session, Insinyur Dennis Sorel, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Vina. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. My name is Dennis Sorel, and I will be this session chair with Mr. Reza as a host. Well, the following second paper has a quite interesting theme. It's about engineering application of energy resources. This paper entitled A Short Review of Recent Engineering Application of Natural Fibers, that will be presented by Professor Dr. Muhammad Sapuan Salid. He is from the University Putra Malaysia. Welcome, Professor. Well, I will present the curriculum vitae of Professor Sapuan. Bisa deh mempresentasinya. Salah. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah. Professor Sapuan is a professor in University of Putra Malaysia. He is head of laboratory of maybe we will explain next, yeah. Mr. Sapuan have achieved many national and international achievements, both in the field of research, publication, involvement in government and non-government institutions, awards, and other. Some of them are honorary member and immediate past vice president of Asian Polymer Association, the chairman and honorary member of Society of Sugar Palm Development and Industry, Malaysia, produced more than 1,800 publications, including journals, book, and chapter books, organized 28 journals, social issues, as a guest editor, Then received the Ender 4 Research Promotion Award by TMU Triple E India, list among the world top 2% scientists by Stanford University USA, and recently he received IDT Achievement Award IET United Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, all participants, before we begin our session, we would like to inform you that all microphones should be mute during presentation. After the presentation, participants are allowed to address the question. If you feel like to address the question directly, you may press the raise hand button, and you can also write the question in the chat room. Furthermore, with all due respect, we invite Professor Safwan to present your paper. Your time for this session is 45 minutes. For presentation, you have 20 minutes, and then there will be discussion with the participant for 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Professor Safwan, the screen is yours. Please.
Thank you, Pak Denny. Can you see my slides? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Having a problem to move this. Just wait, for a while. Cannot move. How do you do this? This one. Okay, thank you again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to all the participants and the committee and the staff of Polytechnic Payakumbuh, particularly, to the International Conference on Green Engineering, Food, Agriculture, Science and Technology. I would like to thank Dr. Eddie Safri for inviting me to deliver this lecture. For the next 45 minutes, I'll be dealing with this topic, recent engineering application of natural fibers. I'm from University Putra Malaysia, near Kuala Lumpur, in Serdang, or near Putrajaya rather. Okay, let us begin with this hadith from Aisyah radhiyallahu anha, reported by Aisyah radhiyallahu anha, said that verily the bedding of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, which he used during sleeping, was made from skin filled with dark with dead trunk fiber. Is from Sahih al-Bukhari. So the fiber has been used for a long time, even in the time of our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So the outline of my presentation today, I will begin with the introduction, and then I will talk in detail about natural fibers, because this is the topic given to me to talk, and also engineering application. What are the engineering application of natural fiber? And then I will show you some of the application and contribution related to this topic. Okay, as an introduction, the growing environmental awareness has directed the attention of most researchers to eco-friendly materials with attributes such as renewables, recyclable, sustainable, and biodegradable. When we talk about a natural fiber, so this is the keyword that we normally encountered, like even the term like green materials. Yeah? They are all referring to the environmentally friendly materials. Okay, there's some fact here. Byproducts of pineapples, banana, rice, coconuts, sugar cane, oil palm, roselle, kenaf, jute, sisals, hemp, water hyacinth. I think in Indonesia you call it enceng gondok, yeah? Bamboo and abaca. These are among the fibers known to to us. They are used for to make composite. So why I said composite? Because when we talk about advanced use of fiber, it must relate to composite, yeah. And among the advantage of natural fibers include they are environmentally friendly, biodegradability, non-toxic, and easy to handle. Meaning that if you handle glass fiber, you know, sometimes your especially short fiber, your hand will get itchy. And low density, this is lightweight, low cost, renewables, abundantly available. You can find a lot, especially in our area. And we have a lot of, the forests and the natural resource and compostable. Okay, natural fibers are the fibers which grow or develop and come from natural resources like plant and animals. So majority of the work that we carried out is on plant, but we didn't exclude animal because animal also give very also good source of natural fibers, like we find in even in the skin, or even in the like the silk and even chitosan, you know, from the shell, seashell. They are also good source of fillers. And we have also like from chicken, from the feeders. So these are all the sources of natural fibers. But obviously, we more focus on plant because there are a lot of plants available and they are untapped. They are not being used and they are regarded as agricultural waste. They are a byproduct and agricultural residue. Nobody care about them. You know, when we, you know, have the banana, we take the fruits and the pseudo stem, we just leave it like that and nobody care to make use of that. So, and we talk about pineapple, we take the fruits, but nobody care about the leaf. So, whereas, as we know, this leaf has got very, you know, high potential and has got very high economic value that we can develop and we can benefit from. Okay, let me classify, as I mentioned, the natural fiber. Mainly, you can divide into main category, though we have also like a mineral source, also under natural fiber, like basalt and like, asbestos. But we focus more on these two classification, mainly from plant, vegetable, and they are taken from seed, for example, cotton seed, from the inner bark, like flax, hemp, jute, kenna, rami, from the bark, from the leaf, abaca, sisal, from the fruit, from the coir, and you know, this is mainly the fiber that are found in the West. But here, when it comes to our area, tropical region, we can have the from banana stem, we can have the from the pineapple leaf, you know, as I mentioned earlier, and even the sugar palm, the aren, we can get it from the trunk and, you know, from different part of the trees, and oil palm, or that you know, we can find it from the bunch, from the trunk, from even from the leaf. They can all be used to make a fiber. And for the animal, you can have in the form of hair, like wool, animal hair, horse hair, and from silk, and even from I mentioned from the seashells, from the prawns, the skin, we can get like good source of chitosan and chitin. Okay, Malaysia, like Indonesia, is a tropical country, and we are blessed with the abundant sources of natural fibers. We know that, you know, oil palm, you know, the pineapples, and the sugarcane, and even the aren, the sugar palm, we call it. We find it in abundance. So among the natural fibers that are being reported to be used as reinforcement, when we talk about composite research, these are the things that normally we talk in Malaysia. Can now become the like a new commodity plant for us. the source of income. People are planting the kanaf so that we can tap the fibers, from the bus and also from the tree. And oil palm, and we both are the world producers of palm oil in the world, so we have a lot of resources that we can use, to make the fibers and to get the fibers and become the reinforcement for composite and other application. Banana pseudo stem is another source that we know. As I said, we are focusing on fruits, but nobody cares about the stem. We just, regard them as waste. So why don't we make use of them? And the coconuts. And when you talk about coconut, not just the koi, I mean the sabut, the outer skin, but also the shell. The shell is a good source of fibers or fillers that we can use, for some people use for the, the vest, the ballistic impact, for the for prevention from bullets like that. And sugarcane bagas. We have a lot of bagas and sugarcane bagas. We take the sugar, but the bagas we leave it out. So that is also a source of the fiber. And cassava, or some call it tapioca, and you have a lot of cassava, and especially you use singkong, you use that for biopolymer, and also we can have also their bagas as well as the skin to become the fiber. Roselle also, maybe you know that, and the plant we throw it, we take the fruits and make like jam, we make juice, but we remove this. And betel nut, in our country, our poor parents, they use these betel nuts, pinang, they use for stimulants, and then, but the skin, the fiber is being thrown away. Whereas we see the people like in India, they use the fiber to make clothes, to make sari, and to make the buildings, building materials. And pineapples, we have a lot of pineapples. Of course, everybody like the fruits and the juice from pineapple, but who cares about the leaf, But whereas, as you know, that the leaf of pineapples has got very, very good properties, mechanical properties in terms of strength, in terms of other properties. And I used to have this, I think in Indonesia they use it for the textile industry and to make clothes. And date palm, of course, it's non-tropical, but lately they are being grown. They grow in Malaysia as well, they cultivate it. And durian skin, and we like durian, but who cares about the skin? So this we can make use of that. And cocoa pod, and we take cocoa to make the cocoa drink, the chocolate, but the pot we just throw. And sugar palm, I think the Indonesia is the main source of sugar palm. When you find it in wild, nobody use that much. Maybe some people use that for to get the sugar, and also for fiber to make like brooms and brush. But it is a big scope for this plant that we, myself, as I think Pak has mentioned, and know that I'm also the chair. We are organizing one international conference on sugar palm composite next month. And rice husk, we have grown a lot of rice, so the husk we just didn't use it. And water hyacinth seems to be very waste. Nobody care about this plant in the water in our river and pond, but we have can make use of this water hyacinth fiber to make product. I saw some people, I think in Indonesia as well, from the water hyacinth fiber they make different different items, for plates and so many things they are making out of sugar water hyacinth. And seaweed, we find it in our sea and ocean, and I think people may not eat it only that much they know how to benefit from, but or seaweed this is also good source of fiber. And this is the example of the plant. If maybe some of you didn't see how cannaps looks like. Of course, oil palm, banana, coconut is without, there's no need to introduce. Sugarcane, cassava. For cassava, even we can get the starch from that. We can make biopolymer, and the skin we can use for, we can use for even fiber. And roselle, this is the fruits. But who will think about how about the trunk, the stem, and that it can be a good source of fiber. And pineapples, we take the fruits and we didn't, care about the leaf, that this is a good source of fiber. Date palm, durian, the fruit is nice. Some people say it's not nice, but the skin is a good source of fiber. Cocoa pod and sugar palm, right on the right side hand. I think you find it a lot in Sumatra, in Java Island, even in some places in Malaysia. And this is untapped. It has got very good source of fiber. And even rice husk, water hyacinth, seaweed, betel nuts. And this photo on pineapple leaf fiber is taken from Indonesia, in Pekalongan. It's a good source of fiber. And also, the fiber can be made in the form of mat, like it's woven jute fiber. And kenaf fiber is a continuous fiber. It's got good strength and also other mechanical properties that you can take benefit out of this to make products. Okay, I think I want to focus more on this plant, which is we call it Arenga pinnata murama, which is the botanical name, but I think in Indonesia you call it by the name of aren. And this black fiber is called ijo or injo in Indonesia, and we call it ijo as well, the fiber. But on the left hand side we see the fruits, and we can make kolang kaling during Ramadan. You can have a good delicacies. And now look at the fiber. This fiber, if you notice, if you go to the very near to you, the palace, the palace, very famous palace. What is the roof made from? Pagaruyung. It's made from this plant, and this is fiber. And why this fiber is so special that the longer it's there, the longer it's being used. I mean, the properties remain, the strength, the durability, and even if we can have some like a kind of innovation, we make it in the form of woven fiber. We do it manually, whereas the fiber itself, if you take from the plant, it is already in the woven form, and this is very strong. In the past, in the Sultanate of Malacca, they used this fiber to make boats and ship cordage. Even the British, during they came here in Malaysia, they used this fiber to make ship cordage, the rope, because this fiber can sustain, when we soak in the seawater, it's not going to degrade. Even I have a report from one colleague from Tasik Malaya who was working on this fiber for 100 years from the generation. So he discovered that this fiber, were used as the rope to tie the building, as a building in welding material. And the longer it means, it's exposed to the rain waters, and it has got no problem. Even to some extent, that some building in masjid and surau, they being used as their roof, it can stay until say 100 years. This is quite amazing. And also, not only that, the fiber, when in the time of hot weather, it's giving cooling effect. In the cold weather, it's giving some heat, and this is so special. That's why we explore a lot on this fiber, despite we are not the main producer. I think Indonesia is still the main producer, but we are, developing this material. We have also already established one society, Malaysian Society on Sugar Palm Development and Industry. So we are, organizing next month international conference. We publish book on this topic. So this is how the fiber being prepared. And okay, come back to the natural fiber as in general. So in terms of density They are really light materials, and cost is just low cost, and it can be renewables, recyclable, and you can find it a lot. And then also no problem, when we inhale, and it can be biodegradables, as opposed to the synthetic fiber like glass and carbon. They are, quite heavy and expensive, not renewable, not recyclable, and it can be causing health problem, and it is not biodegradables. And if we focus on the fiber that we have in our area, like in kenaf and pineapples and sugar palm, we compare the pineapple in terms of strength to the fiber that are there in the West. The pineapple, it has got better strength than even flax, which is the maximum of 1,500 megapascal, whereas the pineapple is 1,627 megapascal, which is higher. And in terms of modulus, pineapple is 82 and flax is 80, which is much better than even flax, where flax is, extensively used in many industries. Okay, about the engineering application. When you look at this, this is a boat. Normally boats, we say it's fiberglass boat, but we have some kind of innovation by hybridizing the sugar palm fiber with the glass fiber to add strength, and we mix, of course, with the polymer. In this case, it's epoxy, to make boats, and rescue boats, and you can even some fishing boat. You can use this that we develop in our lab. And why biocomposite? Biocomposite, as I mentioned, we have natural fiber. We mix it with the polymer and to become biocomposite. It is highly potential substitution material for synthetic composite and for the traditional engineering materials. And the main advantage of biocomposite, it is low cost, low weight, sustainable resource, renewable and recyclables. However, mostly applied for non-structural product, okay, due to the lower material structural property, for example, strength and young modulus. They are not as stiff as glass fiber or carbon fiber. They are not as strong as the other counterparts. The solution use innovation in design approach by leveraging the properties, help increase its application to the wider range of, especially involving higher load bearing requirement. For example, we have in the sandwich structure, we have it in hybridization. We hybrid them. We can have put nanocellulose, which can increase the strength. Okay, why natural fiber are used in composite? A green material are used because of low cost, renewable, biodegradable, and environmentally friendly. It is an effort to replace the glass fiber, and Malaysia has abundant sources of plant fiber that are currently underutilized. We don't use it much, and they are good alternative material to produce biocomposite product. And it reduces dependence on timber, because we are complete a lot on the use of timber. So now, because of the problem like deforestation, so we introduce the natural fiber as the substitute. And of course, natural fiber comprise matrix and reinforcement. So reinforcement, I have explained in detail quite a lot. They are used in this continuous form or continuous form, or either in particulate form and short form, can be woven and unidirectional. And for the matrix here, mainly we can find it in thermoplastic and thermoset. All is synthetic, like PVC, epoxy. But our research in the recent year focusing on biopolymer, like starch from the plant, even from sugar palm, from the corn, also from the commercially available biopolymer like PLA, polylactic acid. Okay, when you talk about innovative design approach to make the biocomposite more, competitive, we can use in the form of honeycomb core and to form sandwich. We can have also, design and also fabricate, like putting the webs and putting the web as well as a rib pattern. And okay, we can in the packaging, for example, we add the nanoparticles, nanocellulose. These are the innovative design to improve the performance. And like, okay, when my lecture is on the engineering application of natural fiber and natural fiber composite. So we use it in automotive industry, like in this case, Knauf composite used for, you know, window regulator for the cars. And this is another some example from Knauf and PLA, which is 100% bio-based polymer composite. And this is recent work of our students from sugar palm and polypropylene to make automotive hand grip from biocomposite. And this is the work in the past, I think has been commercialized by Proton automotive component from oil palm composite. It's been commercialized. Proton adopt this technology from UPM. This we got big grant from government to make from the university, $500,000 roughly, to make the anti-roll bar, one of the components inside the car, from the natural fiber composite, which is from glass and sugar palm in the form of hybrid. Of course, we mix it with the epoxy matrix. Okay, but with that, I will go into detail about that product. So the case study, we developed the sugar palm-based composite and for anti-roll bar. The project was funded by the university, and we work also in collaboration with Proton, and developed sugar palm and glass fiber reinforced polyurethane hybrids and composite anti-roll bar. We carried out testing, characterization, and we come up with conceptual design, carry design analysis, performs material and manufacturing process, select and design concept selection, and carry out impact testing, and we fabricate the prototype. So this is the metal anti-roll bar. Our aim is to replace the sugar palm composite, which is originally made from alloy steel. And this is the anti-roll bar. If you realize that with the two yellow arrows, we find this anti-roll bar in the car. We want to, replace or trying to replace with the natural fiber. And this is what in market cord-based anti-roll bar composite also available, but not from natural fiber, but maybe from carbon fiber. And this also from carbon fiber anti-roll bar. But we use the design concept technique to generate the idea, and we develop the concept and select the concept, because this is part of the objective of the work. We use different methods like function analysis diagram, pre-body diagram. We use quality function deployment for environment and analytic process for method selection. And for failure mode identification, we use TRIS method. It's quite advanced method in idea generation. And we also use the geometric determination using TRIS, as well as Unix method called Blue Ocean strategy. And this is also the stage in the development of concept. We use morphological chart and analytic hierarchy process. And these are some concept of the anti-roll bar made from composite. And we developed 45 concept for hybrid glass sugar palm fiber filled polyurethane composite for automotive roll bar, and using integrated design tool that I explained just now. And we choose one best concept, and we use the B-rib pattern, and then we incorporate it into the design, and to indicate that anti-roll bar is able to withstand applied load better compared to other material. So this is one of the effort from our groups on developing the anti-roll bar using vacuum-assisted resin transfer molding method. And this is the final product. Of course, this is only preliminary study that we have the advice from Proton Car, how to develop this. I must claim that it's not being commercialized yet. And for the maritime application, as you know, I described in detail the rope, the features of the rope. The longer is there, it become become more durable. With this, we make the glass sugar palm fiber unsaturated polyester hybrid composite board. And this is how the development took place. We have the mold, and we use the sugar palm fiber, and also to come up with this board until the board is ready, and we use it in our lake near in our campus. Okay, aircraft component also is reported to use natural fiber, and because of many requirement like static strength, fatigue performance, fracture toughness, damage tolerant, high impact resistant, and we find that 40% weight reduction can be achieved by replacing aluminium with composite material. Now, when we talk about weight reduction of 1 kg in weight correspond to 50 to 5,000 fuel saving, depending upon the type of aircraft and fuel price. And the commercial aircraft that use composite, the component are quite a lot. You can find it in spoiler, elevator, fuselage, antenna dishes, engine nacelles, etc. So these are the potential component that can be replaced with the natural fiber or even the composite, in which natural fiber composite. Okay, post-structural, and we in our university, some of researchers make the flooring application from Knauf composite, and this is another example, structural component from Knauf fiber reinforced composite. In this case, we still use the synthetic matrix of polymer because they still have enough strength for that. And this is more like simple application. In the past, we have this product like a telephone stand, but nobody uses this telephone anymore. Everybody's using mobile phone, but it can be used for tables and even from for a small table, coffee table, or even chair. Some part of that is made from the say banana pseudo stem in woven form. Okay, this is quite recent work that we carried out on the solar module. So the back back part of the solar module is made from sugar palm fiber composite, and of course it has got very good properties and performance. But I don't have time much to explain. And in terms of safety, meaning safety helmet, the helmet reinforced composite are used for to make the helmet. By researcher from UTHM in Johor, and this is from UPM. Safety helmet from Knauf composite. This is from Knauf, and this is the work that we carried out. We got some funding from one company, big company, Dabi, to produce the helmet from oil palm fiber composite. This is some of the development that we carried out, and it was launched. The product was launched by the former Prime Minister in 2018. Okay, and also, there are some work we carried out on ballistic armor vest and coconut coir hybrid composite. It can have a very good properties, and this is the example of the work on glass Knauf fiber composite that we carried out in association with MINDEF, Ministry of Defense of Malaysia, and these are detailed studies. We try to hybridize Kevlar and Knauf with epoxy as the material for one of the the component in tank. And we carried out the quasi-static punch shear test and ballistic impact also. We have the facilities in the past in our university using the appropriate standard. And this is some of the result of the work. And again, some damage surface of composite after ballistic test. And this is also quite recent work on packaging, food packaging. So again, we use the sugar palm fiber. We have also sugar palm starch. Okay, we mix them. We put the essential oil and to make this plastic and to become the transparent film. Can be used for packaging. Why you put the essential oil? Just to increase the antimicrobial properties for the packaging. And we did also some work on the natural fiber reinforced biopolymer composite take out food container. We carried out material selection. We carried out the design process, and this is the design process for that component. And this is the product design specification. You're a mechanical engineer. I think you're familiar doing design with this. And this is some concept that we want to develop or take out container from the natural fiber composite. And we carried out some finite element analysis on that. And this is the example of the Knauf and high density polyethylene biocomposite food container. And this is a plate from the Knaf composite. And our recent work as well, this is being commercialized. We sell this frame from Knaf composite. You see, this is on the left-hand side. It is the frame. It is simple product, but we make it from Knaf as well as high-density polyethylene. And we have the good packaging and we sell that. And it is how the process of making and packaging the product, and it was launched by the Ministry of Agriculture in 2018. And the product was successfully commercialized. Okay, this is the product, and it was, widely publicized by the media. Okay, finally, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share the publication that we produced out of this research, particularly on the fiber. This is the books that we published, that I published in 2017 with Butterworth Hanneman composite material, concurrent engineering approach on the design approach of how we want to carry out design process for composite material. Okay, last year we published one book with the Elsevier on advanced processing properties and application of starch and other bio-based polymers, and we can also publish on the design and method selection of natural fiber composite. And this is more books on method selection, and also one book on tropical natural fiber composite. And we also published book on biomedical application of a natural fiber composite and synthetic composite, and biocomposite and synthetic composite in automotive, in biomedical, as well as on the vinyl ester and vinyl polymer of natural fiber composite. And we published one book on green composite with Springer, and recent book on bio-based packaging. It's a quite thick, comprehensive book. And also we published book on manufacturing of natural fiber composite with Springer. We have dealt with the international publisher to publish our research finding. And this is recent book that we published this year on the Roselle composite. And and also we published on nanocellulose, which is related to the natural fiber 2019, and also one of the earlier book on method selection and design related to composite as well. And design for sustainability also we published this year on the sustainability aspect of the material, and we are also publishing on mineral field biocomposite and biofuel reinforced biodegradable polymer composite. And this the middle part is on oil palm biomass composite panel. We're going to publish it next year. But we also publish, those who are interested in manufacturing, we publish on hole making and drilling for composite. And on the right-hand side is one of my earlier book on composite material using the neural network. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now I'll finish my talk now. So I will conclude. Natural fiber-based products from forest and agriculture waste have huge potential to develop to replace product made from conventional material like wood and plastic. The mechanical properties of those products are comparable with many conventional glass fiber composite in terms of specific strength and modulus. And application of bio-based products are huge, such as in food packaging, in automotive, aeronautics, and biomedical engineering. And of course, collaboration is always welcome in these fields. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for your attention. If you have any question, please.
Thank you, Prof. Safwan. Interesting material of your presentation, especially about using the unused material of part of especially itu plant, yeah. Yes, we have 3 questions, Professor.
Yeah.
One, the first in the chat room.
Yeah.
Could it come from Hasita Nanteza from IPB Bogor? Yeah.
Yep.
Could there be any internship opportunities to learn about technologies involved in fiber transformation.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much for that, Cik Hasifa. The answer is yes. Yeah, in the past we received many students from overseas, and I think our collaborator there from Yunnan, Andalas in Padang, Professor Hairul Abra, he sent I think 4 or 5 students to our universities and do the internship program with our universities. But of course, there is some fee associated with that, but they are not that expensive. You can always, ask the university for that. And when the student come here, because they pay some fee, they come here, they will conduct the experiment, they will learn and I mean use our equipment, and they can associate themselves with the researcher here. I mean in utilizing the fiber, especially natural fiber and natural fiber composite. So the answer is yes. You can always contact me or contact Dr. Eddie Safri, for help, Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Welcome.
And next, I received the directly sent question from Mr. Eddie Safri.
Yeah.
Polytechnic Payakumbuh would like to thank Professor Sapuan for his willingness to be the keynote speaker today. Professor Sapuan, one of the experts in the field of natural fibers who support GES, Green Engineering, activity. Thank you, Prof. I want to ask, what is the application of nanocellulose composites in several studies that Prof has done? What is the problem with the researching non-cellulose composite material in Malaysia? Please.
Okay. The nanocellulose, composite that we carried out, the research that we carried out in Malaysia so far in our research group is focusing on food packaging application. But the application, of course, is quite vast. You can use it in biomedical, you can find in energy studies, you can find in so many. But of course, they're all very advanced technology. But the one that is really, we thought is really quite practical to us is using the nanocellulose composite for food packaging, And despite that, up to this stage, the work is not yet, reaching the industries. We work for so far is developing the prototype, developing the sample, and even the manufacturing process. We use mainly solution casting. But of course, when you go for the actual, the packaging, we need to use different method altogether. You need to use, the different equipment and machineries. You have to use different molding. Yeah, but at least we have started for 5-6 years in the recent year, and when we talk about in our research group, but in our university, even our center in Trop, they have collaborated with one company in the UK. They use the nanocellulose composite for food packaging because they are linked with industry, and the industry gives support. Any machine that you require, and mainly they want the technology from our researcher, and they used our finding to come up with the packaging, food packaging. So the answer is like this. One, in our research group, we have done what not up to the industrial application, but our colleague from our center also have worked on that, and they collaborate with industry, and they manage to penetrate the industry and being commercialized. Yeah, I think the potential is huge. The potential is huge because, as you know, nano, you add some nano particles in your product, and it enhances the properties. It enhances the strength, and enhance the stiffness. And also, when you use the nanocellulose, and it is green material, it is safe in a sense. People don't like it, when they are synthetic. When we talk about nano, people, many people they are happy with that. It's because it's green technology, and it's related to your center as well. I think I have answered that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. We have still have 3 minutes. I want to ask you too.
Yeah.
I'm interested in source of natural energy. In this case, not natural fibers. On the one hand, optimizing this technology is very necessary because the widely using like for maritime, automotive, aircraft, and so on. But on the other hand, it means that the use of germplasm or plant organism for non-food needs will increase. How likely it this effect on effort to other sector, like food security or forest sustainability, for example?
Yeah. Okay, I think I got your point. Thank you so much. See, when we talk about natural fiber composite from plant, actually we exclude the wood base, because we work mainly on non-wood, because wood, is involved deforestation, etc. So when we talk about natural fiber composite, we are referring to non-wood base. Although we have also some researcher working on wood, but it's not our main interest. So in terms of that, so we are safe. We are really giving the alternative. This is alternative material that you can use instead of having problem with deforestation, etc. This is something alternative. And this is, we're talking about waste. We don't use it. Okay, when it comes to the food security, people are always argue as well. When I have this research about 10 years ago, we used banana. One of the person, I think he's more concerned about food security. So he said, no, don't use the banana that we use for food. You use banana with wild banana. And he gave the fiber to us. So yeah, this is quite, valid reason, because when you say, talking about we want to produce a lot of PLA, or want to do spot starch biopolymer, we want to derive it from, for example, tapioca, singkong, and it will disturb the food security. And that's why there's some effort to one is to find the thing that is not being used, like in RN, in sugar palm. Who used the fiber? Nobody used the fiber except some company in Indonesia. They make broom, they make brass, they make roof. So this material that you want to use, as the fiber, okay, and not the one that is from mainstream plant. When you talk about the oil palm, we are both country the world producer of palm oil in the world. See, we are the main producer. Okay, we got the oil, but you know that the bunch is being treated as waste. We are dealing with waste, and we try to get benefit from the waste and turn it into wealth. Okay, I think that is the answer. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Yeah, welcome.
And our time is enough, and we will end the discussion session here.
Thank you.
All right, participant, very interesting presentation, from Professor Sapuan, which certainly has enriched our common understanding, maybe, especially regarding natural fibers and its engineering for many needs and usage. Further studies are needed that are implementable so that they can be closer to human everyday life. Thank you, and awards the highest regards to Professor Sapuan. Thank also to the participants who have attended this session and provided questions and responses. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
I'll give back to Fina.
Thank you to the second moderator, Mr. Denny Sorel, and also thank you very much, Professor Dr. Muhammad Sapuan Salid from University Putra Malaysia for an insightful and informative presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will continue to the third plenary session, and the keynote speaker for this session is Professor Dr. Ravindra Chandra Joshi from Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, Philippines, with the topic Managing Invasive Rice Pests in the Changing Climate. The session will be moderated by Mr. Yuliandi. To the moderator to this session, Mr. Yuliandri, time is yours.
Ivina. First of all, I would like to say good morning to all participants and good morning to Professor Joshi. Welcome to our webinar, and my highest appreciation goes to you for willing to participate and give a very interesting presentation on the topic of rice and pest. Okay, my name is Yuliandri. I will assist you today for our third plenary session. And before we go and give the Mr. Professor Joshi, I would like to read some of short biography of Professor Joshi. Professor Joshi is currently serves as a senior consultant in Philippine Rice Research Institute in the Philippines, and he also serves as the visiting professor at the Central State University of Agriculture in Philippines. Professor Joshi has served in many prestigious positions in the Philippines and also in many other countries, including Fiji, where he spent years as academician and also as a consultant. And Professor Joshi is actually born in India, and his expertise is on the rice, which is the staple food in Indonesia and also many other Asian countries. And Professor Joshi has worked very closely on the related to his expertise in rice and pests in so many countries, including Southeast Asian country like Cambodia, like Vietnam and Japan, and so on. Okay, so without further ado, I would like to give the opportunity and the chance to Professor Joshi to deliver his presentation. To Professor Joshi, time is yours.
Thank you, Professor Yuliandri, for the kind introduction. And let me first greet everybody good morning and from the Philippines. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very grateful to Professor Eddie Safri for inviting me and the organizing committee for the kind introduction, for the kind invitation as one of the speakers to the International Conference on Green Engineering, Food, Agricultural Sciences, and Technology. I would have loved to be at the Payakumbuh State Agricultural Polytechnic, Indonesia, to make this presentation, but the present COVID situation, pandemic travel restrictions prevents me. However, one day it will push through after the travel restrictions are uplifted and it becomes safe to travel. I've been researching on invasive rice pest since the early 1980s with my colleagues from the ASEAN member countries, including Indonesia and other neighboring countries, Japan, USA, Europe, South America, Africa, and the Caribbean. So I have been, my presentation today, this morning, we had very excellent presentation on hydroponics and natural fibers. And I was very impressed that some of the invasive species, like water hyacinth that was mentioned as natural fiber, is one of the major invasive species also in rice ecosystems, but their utilization has been for useful purposes. Similarly, I think I will also give some of the examples in my presentation of some of the invasive species that have also now been utilized for some good purposes. So having said that,
I would like to first share my presentation slide, and please give me a second, please. I'd just like to know if you can see my slide properly.
Yes.
If somebody
Yes,
can
you got to go.
Yeah, just a minute.
Yes.
So my presentation today is about managing invasive rice pest in the changing climate. You know, if you are talking of food security or nutritional security or income security or environmental security, there are two things that are very important in the UN Sustainable Goals. One is we're talking of invasive pest species and how they become very serious in the changing climate. So you know these two are the budding issues at the global level, not only within our ASEAN region but as well as in the whole world. And currently, you know, the COP26 is being held in Glasgow, and they are discussing also about invasive pests and the changing climate, how this affecting food and nutrition security as well as livelihood. I'm currently a senior consultant at the Philippine Rice Research Institute and also a visiting professor at the Central Bicol State University of Agriculture. And so I'll be representing today two institutions. However, I've been also been connected with a lot of other international organizations, including the CABI, the Center for Agriculture and Bioscience International in Malaysia, and also with the SAFE network, which is based in Andalas University, Indonesia. I don't know why I am not able to. Okay. A little background about my institute, the Philippine Rice Research Institute. It's a government corporation that is attached to the Department of Agriculture. So it's a government organization. And in the crop protection division of the institute, we develop sustainable pest management strategies. And that's very important because I think even today's presentation, two presentations have focused on sustainability. And we develop strategies or options for pest management decisions that farmers can use. And very important, as also in the earlier presentation, we're looking at the ecological diversity. Our options, management options, they should be environment friendly, they should be safe, economical, sustainable, and compatible with other management options. The second institute, the university that I'm connected as a visiting professor, is the Central Bicol State University. In short, it is called CBSUA. And it is a state regional, it's a state university in the Philippines. And you know, the vision of our institute is to be one of the leading agricultural universities of global standards. And we collaborate very closely with Indonesia, with other ASEAN countries, including the SAFE network. So we do a lot of activities, lot of projects within the ASEAN region, as well as in the other developing countries. So the structure of my presentation, because we have a very diverse group, so I'd like to introduce what are invasive alien species and to what categories do they belong, and what are their impacts at the global level, at the regional level, and at the national level, and how do they affect, or what are their impacts on the UN Sustainable Goals, and how are the invasive species becoming more problematic with changing climate. Then, of course, I am dealing more with the invasive species that attack rice. And I've been working on this since the early 1980s until today. And so I'll be talking more on the selected invasive rice pest, where we have developed ecology-based sustainable pest management options. And I'll give 4 examples of what work that were initiated during my time and which continues to be moving forward at the global level. So one of them that I'll be discussing is about the invasive apple snail, which is called the golden apple snail. The old name is golden apple snail. This is a serious problem in Indonesia, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, India, Vietnam, all over the world, including the most recent invasion in Kenya in Eastern Africa. The second thing is about the rice field rat, which is again a very important chronic problems in Indonesia as well as in Malaysia, including Philippines and other countries. So because they affect the food security issues. And then we come to plant hoppers, which is again a problem in Indonesia and other countries. And of course, the latest kid in the block is the fall armyworm, which is moved from Africa to the South and Southeast Asia, including Oceania, as well as in the Asian countries. So that is one of these 4 invasive pests are all problems in rice. And the latest one is the fall armyworm, which has formerly attacking corn, but now attacking rice at least in the Philippines and in certain parts of India. So what are invasive alien species? So, when you deal with invasive alien species, that means alien means they are not native. They have been introduced from other countries. And these invasive alien species or non-native species or non-indigenous species or exotic species, so these are common terms that are used. They can either come from plants or from animal origin and microbes. So, one of the latest, I think everybody knows about COVID-19, which is an invasive virus. And this is one of the typical example of an invasive species. And then either they can come from the plant origin or from other microorganisms. So in this, they are introduced to the new regions, mainly to human activities, and they negatively impact a wide range of ecosystem services and also processes and threaten biodiversity, food and nutrition security, and human health, including livelihoods. Therefore, they have both direct and indirect impacts on economic growth and livelihood. So as I mentioned to you, they are either introduced deliberately, like say, for example, water hyacinth, which was mentioned in the earlier presentation. This has been introduced in many countries as an ornamental plant, and now it has become an invasive pest. So that means they were not present in the countries where they were introduced before, but now they have been introduced deliberately as an ornamental plant. And there are also examples of other invasive species which were introduced as food. For example, if you look on the right-hand side, the lower picture, the invasive apple snail, this has been introduced in most of the countries, either for food, because they have very high protein content, or for animal feed, or livestock feed, because they, especially in piggeries and also in poultry and duck feed, because they have very high protein and they multiply very fast. And unintentionally, because some of the invasive species have been introduced accidentally. So many ecosystems are affected by invasive alien species, and they pose one of the biggest threats to the biodiversity worldwide. So if you look in the Philippines, you see these are some of the databases that were developed by us, and also in concert with the experts in other countries, including Indonesia, Malaysia. So we have come out in the global in the ASEAN biodiversity database. We have in the Philippines around 138 records of invasive species in the Philippines. But if you look at the global invasive species database, which is under the invasive species group of the global invasive species program, where there are 148 records. So the ASEAN database and the global invasive database, probably they are very close to each other in terms of listing invasive species. Is in this case in the Philippines, but they have also done it for other countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, and in the whole region. And many of the invasive species that I'm going to, the 4 invasive species that I'm going to talk about are also listed in the 100 of the world's worst invasive alien species. And this is a database from the IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature. In the Philippines, we have also identified the species based on the sector that they affect, whether they attack the forestry sector or agriculture sector or aquatic sector. So we have identified 40 plant species that are invasive in the Philippines, and 15 insect pest species, 17 land vertebrates, and 2 mollusks, 2 snail invasive species. And all of them are listed in 100 World's Invasive Species database. So what are the common characteristics of invasive alien species? The most important is that because they are introduced from the country, from outside in the country where they have been introduced from other countries. So just like the water hyacinth has been introduced from other country to the other country as an ornamental plant, the eelfish, which is on the right-hand side, is being introduced in many countries, especially in the Asian countries, for food. So when they are introduced from other countries to a new country, they have very few natural predators. They have very few organisms that can compete with them, and they have very few parasites that can kill them or diseases that can affect them. So that is one of the major characteristics of invasive. The second most important is that they have very high reproductive rates. That means they multiply in very large number in a short period of time. And that's why invasive species are very difficult to eradicate if they have established after colonization. And third important characteristics is that they have a very long life. They can live, their longevity is very long. And the fourth important point is that many of the invasive species, they can survive in very adverse environmental condition, whether it is high temperatures, whether it is high rainfall, or whether it is polluted waters. So they can survive in adverse environmental conditions. That's why they are considered as a pioneer species. And one of the important things in many invasive animals is that they have a very wide host range. That means if they don't only feed on rice, for example, the rats on rice, if there is no rice, they have other foods to feed on, and they can survive. So they can survive for a very long time. So, you know, in the world, the habitat degradation and loss is causing the biggest threat to global biodiversity. However, you know, invasive species, they are second biggest threat to biodiversity, because almost around 50% of the 50% invasive species have around 50% biggest threat to global diversity, biodiversity, after habitat destruction, which is around 85%. And the rest of them are very limited. Now, even if you look at the natural calamities like volcanic eruptions, like tsunami, the losses from invasive species are even higher than the natural disasters. Now, just to give you a global impact of invasive species, they have very serious environmental and economic costs. They are very high. Just to give you an example, that in the global cost to invasive species, there are around 1.2 million invasive species in the world, and they are actually causing estimated loss of about 1.4 trillion US dollar, which is around 5% of the global annual GDP. So you can imagine the impact of invasive species. 5% of the annual global GDP is affected by the invasive species globally. Now, recently, the fall armyworm, which I was telling you, is a serious problem across the many parts of the world, including the Asian region. And we are very, very concerned because this is a new problem that has come in. So this invasive species, the CABI, the institute where I am an associate, we have estimated that the cost of, in the 12 African countries that are major producers of corn or maize, it's costing to around 2.5 billion to 6.2 billion a year can be lost in maize harvest if it is not managed. So the losses from invasive species, that what I was telling you a while ago, is even higher than the natural disasters. And invasive species will further add to the problem of food insecurity to roughly 66% of the 7 billion people globally. So the global impacts of invasive species is very remarkably high. Now, the invasive species is a very important topic in the UN Sustainable Goals, because they not only affect food security, but they also affect, in UN Sustainable Goals, we have, out of the 17 UN Sustainable Goals, 11 of the SDGs are adversely affected by invasive species. So just to give you an example, if you look at SDG 1, which talks about no poverty, now the invasive species, because they cause a higher production cost and they reduce yields, this leads to lower income and increased poverty. So, it's affecting SDG 1. Similarly, it affects other like SDG 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 14, 13, and 14. And that in the UN Sustainable Goals, one of the fifth, that is the SDG 15, is specifically targeting on invasive alien species. So the SDG 15 as a special target was set to introduce measures to prevent the introduction and significantly reduce the impact of invasive species by 2030. So you can imagine, anybody who's working on invasive species, it is if you have a very innovative proposal, it is easy to be funded, because there is so much of the impact on the food security, nutrition security, livelihood, economics, affecting the 11 sustainable goals of the UN. So I think this is a very important topic, and especially with climate change, the invasive species are becoming more serious. So that's why I always say, if you have invasive species introduced, accidentally or deliberately. They combined with the changing climate or climate change, this is a perfect storm. This is a cocktail for a great problem. And I'm going to show you in very simple ways, because many people do not understand, difficult to understand about climate change because it is not physically visible like invasive species. I like to explain, and this is how I also explain to the people who have very limited exposure to agriculture. So we all know that the earth is getting warmer. So with the climate change, there is an increase in the global temperature. So what happens when there is an increase in global temperature? We expect ecosystem changes. That means ecosystem there will be some disturbance in the ecosystems, and this will result in the shifts in the plant and animal distribution. That's why invasive species like they are able to expand their distribution to new areas because of the climate change. And let me give you one example. For example, the invasive apple snail, which is on rice, is being now present in even within a country in almost all the places. Like if you look in China, the problem of invasive apple snail has spread to almost all over China because of the increased flooding that is mediated by higher precipitation due to the heavy rains and due to climate change. And as a result, it is going to favor the spread and establishment of the invasive alien species because they have high plasticity. That means they are able to adjust to different environmental conditions. So coming to rice, which is very important because we are dealing with the rice invasive species. So I like to say that rice is a very important staple crop for food for around 1 billion people in the world, and the demand for rice is increasing by around 26% in the next 25 years because of the because of the escalating human population growth. So what's happening in the rice production system? There is a need for further intensification. But however, when we are doing intensification in many countries, we are trying to simplify the landscape and we are increasing the inputs to fertilizers and pesticides. And in addition to this problem of simplification of landscape, there is a global changing climate or climate change, which is favoring the spread of different kind of pests and triggering the abuse and misuse of pesticides in many parts of the world because their excessive application of pesticides, including fertilizers, is contaminating the food, the environment, the growers, and also killing the beneficial organisms that control invasive species. So the losses from the global warming effect are around 25 to 100% depending on the crop and location. And therefore, it's very critical that, if we have to increase production, we also need to make sure that our management techniques of managing invasive species should be sustainable and ecologically sound in the changing climate. That's why there is a need for ecological management because it relies more on preventive strategies rather than reactive strategies. And now we are focusing on green plant protection approaches. That means using minimum use of external input to preserve the environment and also to enhance food production. So today I'm going to give you an example of the invasive apple snails. We have developed ecologically sustainable management which are widely used around the world now. This is on integrated management of invasive apple snails in transplanted rice. And second one is on the rice field rat. We developed an ecology-based rice field rat management system at the Philippine Rice Research Institute Farm, which is also now used in other countries. And also the third one that we have worked extensively on the ecological management of rice plant hoppers. And of course, the latest one we are working now is on the fall armyworm. So all of these are invasive species, and they are of the biggest concern if you're thinking of stabilizing global rice production system. So invasive apple snails, they are increasing, as I said, because of the increased flooding, and they have invaded new areas. And just on the right-hand side, these are some of the countries. These snails were introduced from South America to many countries, and especially in the ASEAN region. The first country that introduced snails was Taiwan. That was in Taiwan. And then the Taiwan was mass producing these, and they were now thought because they could multiply very faster. And then they were introduced to other countries from Taiwan, especially Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and to the other countries. And later, they became a serious pest on rice. So there was no risk assessment, and they are considered as one of the 100 worst invasive species. Now, currently, we have done a lot of work. We have been working. I've been working on this snail since the first time it was caused a problem in the Philippines was in 1987. And since that time until today, I'm considered as one of the workers in the world that looks at how to manage these snails at a global level. And there are two species that are introduced in Southeast Asia. And you have both Pomacea caniculata and maculata. And one of these species is very widespread in Southeast Asia, and P. caniculata is more widespread than the P. maculata. And so this is one of the invasive pests that I have been working for many years, and we still continue to work. So if you look at the annual, the agricultural economic losses from these snails is around 55 to 248 billion per year. And not only that, damage to the rice or to the aquatic plants like taro or Ipomia, they also affect human health because they are important vectors of rat lungworm parasites, which affect, these are endoparasites. This is the nematode parasite, which affects the human central nervous system. And of course, the broken shells and snails, which are present in the field, they are very serious because most of the workers in Asian countries, they do not have any protective clothing when they are working in the field. And the third important problem that these snails are causing is they are causing, aside from health hazard, they're also causing algal blooms, and also in terms of the establishment of direct seeded rice, because they prefer younger rice seedlings compared to transplanted rice. So, the impacts are on agricultural impacts, human health impacts, as well as on the environmental impacts. And these impacts are irreversible, and the cost is huge. Not only the impacts are they are also impacting. This is one of the new things that we have seen in the pest risk assessment. Like, say, for example, they affect trade in many countries. Like, say, for example, this is a typical example of water cabbage, that is kangkong, Ipomia. It is imported to Malaysia from Thailand, and it was found contaminated with this kind of snail. So since that time, the importing country, that is Malaysia, have now put a temporary government ban to import kangkong from Thailand because of the presence of the earlier detection of the snails through the planting, through the trade. Now, the European Union is very tough on this because the European Union especially Spain, Ecuador, where I have been working on this invasive snail species as a senior advisor to those countries. They have, based on the recommendation now, they have put a ban on the trade of the aquatic plants is being regulated, because the aquatic aquarium plants are also one pathway of introduction of snails to other countries. And now recently the outbreak in East Africa in Kenya. And now I am currently working with CABI to assist the government of Kenya to control this snail before it get fully established. And there we have given a recommendation that, you know, farmers usually in smallholder farmers usually exchange seedlings from different farmers, seedling materials. That means the young rice plants, they borrow from other farmers who have them in the nursery. So we have now putting a restriction on the movement of the rice seedling material from the infested area to new areas, because, you know, this snail has a lot of serious implication, and not only in terms of food and income security, but also in terms of economic security. There were a lot of management options that were developed, you know, by the FAO, by the United Food and Agriculture Organization, from national programs in different countries. And, you know, I have been a part of this in the early development of this, identifying what are the best ways to manage it. So we have done those old management options that were developed. They were very labor intensive, because recently, for the past few years, we have been now modifying our management options. And based on that, our survey, or the surveys that I conducted while working with the Philippine Rice Research Institute, we wanted to find out why farmers were still using a lot of chemicals, but were not using other practices that were recommended to them by the FAO extension campaign. So we looked at, we interviewed farmers, and thousands of farmers in the Philippines, and we found out that the farmers were not using it because they were very labor intensive. The options were very, and they were not economical. They found that using a chemical was much cheaper than what we were telling them, what was suggested in the extension materials. And then they were not sustainable. And the last thing is that they were equally harmful to the environment. So we modified the whole approach after a lot of extensive research, and we developed out a new management options which are easy to do, which are effective. And this is because we interviewed the farmers, so we got their ideas of what will work and what will not work for them. So now we tested some of our approaches and developed methods that will not cost them additional, that will be effective and sustainable and environment friendly. So what we did is, just to give you an example, because this is a work done for many years by my team, and validated in other countries as well. And so, also our network, global network that is on snails, which I'm going to show you a little later. We have evaluated these techniques, because, you know, the IPM, or the ecological pest management, has to be location specific, and of course depending on the farmer's need. So one of the things that we observe is that if you raise stronger seedlings, and, you know, the earlier recommendation we were telling him is to use older seedlings because the snails cannot eat. But the farmers were telling us that when they use older seedlings, their yields decrease. So the farmers were not happy using older seedlings. So farmers still wanted to use younger seedlings. So we developed a technique on how to use this raise stronger seedlings. And this is by simple water management technique, where we want the seedlings to be not palatable. And many of you, in my presentation, I provided the links at the bottom. So if I'm not able to, because of the lack of time, I may not be able to explain each of these, but all of these links provide solid information on why these options and how do they work. So the raising of the strong seedling was one of the options that we developed. So that doesn't mean that we have to add more fertilizers to the seedling to make it stronger. No, we only use water management. We use seed bed with organic compost, and we use the seedlings that they will be not dark green in color and not succulent. So this is because of the controlling the water release in the seed bed. So before transplanting, we developed also a technique where we have seen that the snails are only a problem in the field where there is water logging, where there is. So we try to develop techniques on how we can have a well-leveled field. But if you are in the farmer's field, it is impossible to have a very well-leveled field. So right after the final harrowing, we told the farmers, very easy, that you open the outlets and see where the water pockets are, where the water is standing. And in those water standing areas, stagnant area, that is before transplanting, we know that those are the areas in the field that are going to have more problem of snails. So in those areas, we recommend farmers, we discovered new attractants like old newspaper, which is commonly found, or vegetable waste or rotten fruits that are in the field. So you can use those techniques to attract the snails. So this is one of the attractant. So in those water pockets, after you transplant rice, before you transplant rice, you spray them and then come in the next morning and you can collect the snails. So, it facilitated the easy collection of snails. Whereas in our earlier recommendation was to collect snails manually in 1 hectare or half a hectare field, which the farmer has, which is very difficult for the farmer to do it. You have to pick them one by one. But with our new technique of using an attractant, which we have discovered in many of the waste, the farm waste, these are, facilitate easy collection of the snails. So farmers will easily do it, and they are doing it now. And the third one is after transplanting rice, you have to maintain a shallow depth of water, because now we are encouraging the snails to sleep inside the soil, because when there is not enough water, the snails will not move. Half the height of the cell, the snails will bury inside the soil. So this is a new technique that we have developed. This is again from the farmers' experience that we are seeing when we talk to thousands of farmers before we come out and validated some of the techniques that we would now suggest to farmers. And then right after the harvesting, in many countries, I don't know, in Indonesia, it's very common, I think, and also in Philippines, they usually, they release ducks in the rice field. So, whatever snails are there, at least they can start eating them. And of course, one of the latest thing that, Malaysia is doing, which I want to share with you, is the utilization of snails. The snails are used widely now in the biofuel industry in Malaysia, especially the shells of the snails, which are a problem after, once they invade or once they are dead, they are very sharp like a glass. So now in Malaysia, they have developed a technique that they are using it for, because it has a very high content of calcium oxide, which is an important catalyst in the biofuel industry. And also the snails are used now to make biofertilizers or foliar sprays, especially in Thailand and also in Vietnam. They are used like in Korea, in Japan, and also certain parts of the Philippines. They are now used for controlling weeds in the transplanted rice fields. So we have developed a lot of knowledge tools. Usually we have country reports from different Asian countries. We have a lot of collaborators from Indonesia, which I'm going to show you later. We have from Brunei. We have from Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, almost every country, Malaysia. So these are the country reports. This provides the latest information of what is the current situation of the invasive apple snail in this country. And then we have also in the national, from the US, the database, which the NBII, the National Bioinformatic organization in the US under USGS. We have also a database on snails. And then the CABI, which has an invasive species block. That is not only for this invasive species, but for also other invasive species. You can look at a lot of information, and a lot of information has been presented by us. I've also published the book on a while ago. Just a minute.
Professor Joshi?
Yeah.
Just a kind reminder, we need to conclude the session at 13:35 at your local time. So
yeah, I will do that.
We just make sure that we have time for question as well.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to go a little fast. So the impacts of invasive alien species is very serious, and we have new challenges: how to manage snails in direct seeded rice in flood-prone areas, and how to, because of the increase of the health hazard and spread to the new areas. The second invasive species is about the rice field rat, which is causing a serious, which cause around 5 to 10% of loss, which is approximately around 30 million tons of rice is lost, which can feed around 180 million people for 12 months. So this we developed a new system in the Philippine Rice Research Institute, because in the past they used to rely on sustained rat poisoning and baiting techniques. So we developed a new system which is called the Ecological Sustainable Rat Management System, which is where we have completely reduced drastically reduced the use of chronic and acute poisoning. So one of the things that we did is we have developed a digitized map. We want to know where the rats are breeding in 100 hectares field of field rice. And now this technique is used also in the farmer's field. And in those areas, we study the breeding of the rats, and which is very easy, because we try to control rats when the population of rats, when they are breeding slowly, when they are producing less number of children. That is the stage of the in the farm. We manage the rats, and we have different management options that are indicated at different time of the year. And this is just to show a simple digitized map showing that how the reduction in the damage, the lighter the color, the very minimal damage or no damage. And this is how we have developed the rat management system. And this is all in my published book, which is available free of cost. All of my publications are free of cost. So what are the kind of impacts that our work has impacted? And this is now used even by the International Rice Research Institute, as well as in other countries. So we were able to focus on non-chemical options of of controlling rats. And we were able to significantly reduce the rodenticide uses by 83% reduction in chronic and 94% reduction in acute rodenticides. Now, the plant hoppers, which is one of the serious problems, I won't be going much into details of this. We have developed an ecologically management system using, restoring and enhancing biodiversity of flora and faunal species. And this is a new technique that has been used, not now is also used in Indonesia, but is widely used in China and other countries as well. So the main idea of ecologically engineering technique is here, is we restore biodiversity and conserve biodiversity by just two approaches. So restoring is planting, flowering plants on the bunds to increase crop diversification and diversity of varieties. And second is avoiding sprays during the first 40 days. So there are three planks. First is to moderate insecticide use during the early 40 days. Second is you build up the detrivore prey. And third, you enhance parasitoids and predators. So this is some of the techniques that I'm going to show. So if you avoid early insecticide applications, you will reduce the problems of brown plant hopper. And that's why we always say brown plant hopper is a human-made problem because of the early application of insecticides. The second one is we are building the neutral insect or detrivore prey. So this is very important during the early crop establishment. So most of the time when we tried to manage insects in the past, we always look at the rice habitat, but we never looked at what's happening in the aquatic habitats and what's happening in non-rice growing areas. And this is what we saw, that if you manipulate using nectar plants, like in bunds, which is a non-rice growing area, you will enhance the natural enemy. So this graph clearly shows that if you have nectar plants or if you have food plants like sesame or even leguminous crops, which is widely used in other countries, including in Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, farmers usually plant beans or something like that. So if you have, those are flowering plants, they provide a lot of food. And in this, the level of parasitism and predation is very high. So compared to the fields that have no bunds. So this is a typical example that I'm going to show you. And this is what this technique is now used in many countries, including in Java, Indonesia, in many places in the Philippines, Malaysia, and other countries. So there was a multi-country project that we were involved, and we looked at the effect of this technique. And there are certain modifications that we are doing still for the farmers to use it, because still many farmers are a little reluctant in using these techniques. The last one is about the fall artworm problem, and it is Indonesia as well as other neighboring countries. We have now a very important regional guidelines that I am developing with FAO and CABI on this, and we will be providing this information shortly to all the member countries. So just the importance of international collaboration. That's what I want to show you. So if you look at those countries, I have been working with so many countries around the world, and including in the ASEAN countries with Brunei, with Cambodia, and all of these, we have country reports where my colleagues from different countries, they are the senior authors and I am the co-author. So I have published 2 books on invasive apple snails. This is the first book, and this is the latest book, and all of these books are freely available at no cost. So I have a take-home message, which is very important. If you are dealing with invasive species, then most of the invasive species are of global concern, and you cannot address in isolation, or a single country cannot manage it by itself. So the international collaboration and partnership is very important. And that is why my focus is that I've been working in so many countries with so many people around the world, more than 200 people only on snails that are working with me. And we work together, we develop regional, national, and international cooperation. Currently, we are planning to come out with a big proposal that we want to submit it to the UN, where all the countries that are working with me will be involved, and that can be students, that can be researchers, and that can even be government employed and even retired people. So we are also looking at so we have formed very strong collaborative partnership within and among countries across sectors, not only agriculture sector, industry sector, Ministry of Health, education, and other stakeholders like non-governmental organizations. So that would be my take-home message, and I'm looking forward to collaborating with most of the people that are attending in this webinar, because I believe that working together, we can do more, because we can share our resources, expertise, and also in terms of human capital. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Yusuf. Thank you. I think it's a very inspirational presentation, and I believe that it will broaden our horizon in terms of the invasive alien species and how it threatens the sustainability and also the food security, especially for countries like Indonesia. Thank you again for your presentation, and I please allow me to assist you with the questions coming from the participants. I would go first to the chat, and I have highlighted some questions that has been asked by some of the participants here. So the first one, actually, some of the questions are related to the theme of the economic value of the green plant protection that you mentioned, because some especially here, there's Dr. Hadaningsih and Safri Nur has been mentioning about the economic value, because apparently doing the green plant protection is not cheap, and it's rather more expensive to be implemented. So what is your take on this?
Okay, let me thank you for that interesting question, because when we have seen that if you have technologies like what we have developed in case of the four invasive species that I have been talking about. So let me give an example of the snail problem, the invasive apple snail. Most of the time, the farmers were spending a lot of money in terms of application of the pesticide. It was very expensive. It is very expensive. And secondly, with the climate change, they are having difficulty, because right after the application of the molluscicide, they may either experience rain, or also at the same time the pest is becoming resistant to most of these pesticides. So what we have done is that our green technologies are sustainable because they are not costing anything to the farmer in terms of modifying, or in terms like reducing the depth of the water, or raising seedlings with the stronger seedlings by manipulating the water. So those kind of technologies, farmers are not putting anything extra on it. So in terms of the farmers in most of the countries where we are working now, they have seen that when you use these technologies, what we have developed, and we have also developed a plant molluscicide with the US company, because I had not have enough time to explain to you. And this plant molluscicide that we have produced is now registered in Vietnam already, and now is being registered also processed in Philippines and the other countries. So what we have developed is also a product which is very, very safe to the environment and very cheap and used in very minimal quantity. So per hectare basis, the cost is very low. And so most of the time we have used management options which the farmers just need to modify rather than depending on the external inputs. So we are using only the inputs that are present or their practices. We have modified their practices to reduce the problem of this invasive species. Like that, we have also done for other pests. So our management options are based on current farmer practices that we can modify to reduce the levels of external inputs.
Thank you for Professor Joshi for the response. I would like to apologize to the participants who have asked in the chat box. I cannot accommodate all of your questions, but I will go to the next question from the chat as well, asking about, because some of us in Indonesia are concerned with rice farming and also integrate it with animal husbandry, like ducks and so on. So what is, because apparently the snail is somewhat bring benefits for the ducks. So what is your take on this, Professor?
Yeah,
you know,
you know the problem with the ducks is that they cannot consume snails that are too big. If the size of the snail is too big, then they are not able to efficiently manage. That's why this invasive species, like in the Philippines, even though the farmers want to use ducks, but some of the farmers, they are not using ducks nowadays. You know, the reason is because many of the transplanters, those who are transplanting rice using manually, they do not like to enter in the fields where the ducks are released, because it is causing itchiness, because the ducks have a mite that cause itchiness to the farm workers. So, you know, in case of ducks, there are certain problems of using ducks in the rice ecosystems currently. So in my take is that I think we can still manage the snails by using other ecological approaches or methods that we have developed. And the duck should be only during the time of harvest that they can use it for managing snails at that stage.
Thank you, Professor Joshi, for the answer for that question.
Yeah, I have one. I have one more thing.
Yes.
Anybody who has questions, at the end of my presentation, I have given my contact details, and I'll be very happy to answer any questions or any collaboration they want to do with me. So they can, even after this webinar, they can contact me. Okay, please go to the next question.
Okay, one more before we conclude this session, Professor Joshi. I would like to go to directly to the participant here. Let us give the chance to Dr. Maulina here from Politeknik Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh. Please, Bu Fri Maulina, time is yours. Bu Olin?
Can you unmute?
Yeah, unmute first, Bu Olin.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, thank you for your explanation. The continue, and I'm very excited with your result of research, sir. I want to know about your problem in application of IPM for your research, because in our country, I think IPM it's very difficult to do. Maybe you can give me tips for success in IPM. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for your question. I've been working with the FAO and also with Erie and now with the Phil Rice on the IPM. So, I think I may not be able to answer you completely today because of the lack of time, but I will certainly like to keep in touch with you on your question. So what are the constraints to the IPM in Indonesia? Indonesia, are you from Indonesia? You are from Indonesia, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So in Indonesia, Indonesia was the first country that has introduced IPM in the ASEAN region, because at that time, President Suharto has announced as a national policy in IPM. So there were a lot of training courses that were done by FAO and others. And, in the Philippines, I was involved with some of the things that were going in Indonesia. So, the important thing is that I think, in my opinion, this is my opinion, when many people thought IPM is just no insecticide or no pesticide use, that is how they look at it. But in my opinion, what we do is our way of thinking in IPM is how can we reduce not only the pesticide, but how can we reduce the external inputs to improve farmers' profits? So, just like in case of snails, example I gave you of snails, we were able to reduce the use of molluscicide, like in transplanted rice in the Philippines. In transplanted rice now, farmers will rarely use any molluscicide to control snails in transplanted rice. Only they will use molluscicide when they cannot control in flood-prone areas. So this is one of the, so we have developed techniques. We look at how, okay, now in terms of water saving, we also looked at how we can reduce the water depth. So we can limit the mobility of the snail and dam it. So these are some of the techniques. So, the IPM is not only about, I think that's where many people fail, even in the Philippines. Sometimes, the industry has a different view of IPM. The university have a different view of IPM. The government has a different view of IPM. So I think the most important for us is we reduce external inputs to improve farmers' profits. So what are those techniques? It doesn't mean, there are cases where we have to use, like say, for example, in case of fall artworm, you cannot use IPM just saying that we are not using any chemical. I think you have to use in the early stage because of the outbreaks. So it varies from and IPM is very location specific, what is possible to do in one place of Indonesia may not be possible to do it in other location in Indonesia. And it also farmer centered. It depends also on the farmers, in terms of economy, in terms of the farm inputs and all that. So I think it will be. But however, I will be very happy to be in touch with you, because I've been in IPM for so many years and still continue to look at how we can improve IPM in certain invasive pests. So I would be very happy, and I can you can get my WhatsApp and also email in my presentation. So I would like to be in touch with you even after this webinar. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Joshi. I'm really sorry because the constraints of time. I'm sure there are many other participants would like to ask more from you. But as you said before, all participants will be provided with your number and with your contact. So if any participant would like to contact Professor Joshi, the material and also his contacts will be provided later by the committee. Thanks again, Professor Joshi. It's been an honor to assist you here today in this seminar, and my deepest gratitude goes to you to present today and to join our seminar. For the participants, thank you for asking questions to Bu Olin and Bu Wiwi and other participants. Thank you. And I think the time for the plenary session 2 is almost over. So thank you for your participation, and I would like to return to our MC. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Thank you to our third moderator, Mr. Yuliandri, and also thank you very much to Professor Dr. Ravindra Chandra Joshi from Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, Philippines, with an excellent topic and insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the plenary session, I would like to inform you that we are in a break session time. You are welcome to pray and have a lunch. Please be note that we are break, it's only 15 minutes. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next plenary session at 1 p.m. local time.
Kain na tayo.
Ya, kemungkinan ada ketunda-tunda juga mas. Kendala teknis. Iya, Bu. Alternatifnya.
Selamat pagi.
Kalau Acai, rumahnya sudah bisa ya. Ini yang mungkin ditambahin tuh rum Acai. Acai
Ayolah semuanya.
Mendukung setiap langkah bebas karyamu. Indio, aktivitas tanpa batas.
Oh, I see. I probably will be around there, ya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the International Conference on Green Engineering for Agriculture, Science and Technology 2021. Since the break time is over, now we are continuing to the fourth plenary session. And the keynote speaker for this session is Dr. Rince Alfia Fadri, SST M Biomed from Politeknik Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh with the topic Food Technology. This session will be moderated by Mrs. Sarmila Devi, SP MSCAG. To the moderator, Mrs. Sarmila Devi, time is yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fourth plenary session in this international conference on Green Engineering, Food, Agriculture, Science, and Technology, Politeknik Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh. I'm Devi, your moderator, and in this session, the chair room is Mr. Reza. Sorry, the host will be Mr. Reza. And our presenter keynote speakers for today, for this occasion, is Dr. Rince Alfia Fadri, that will present the topic entitled acrylamide mitigation in Arabica coffee or Coffea Arabica L. Mrs. Rince Alfia Fadri is the lecturer. She's the lecturer in Politeknik Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh, and like she get involved with many research and delivering some books, published some books. The last one was like the latest one on 2020, and she is participated in many international, in some international seminars also. And today, we would like to have this session until in 45 minutes in time. And then the presenter, the keynote speakers will have delivering their presentation for 20 to 30 minutes. And then after that, we will be in question and answer session for more or less 20 to 25 minutes. And then to Mrs. Rince Alfia Fadri, I think you are ready for this seminar. Where is it? I couldn't see it.
Okay, Ma'am Dev.
Okay. Okay. I think it's a little bit blurred, yeah?
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Dev.
Probably because, I don't know. Okay. So, Dr. Rince?
Yes.
We still couldn't hear.
Sorry, Ma'am Dev?
Voice, probably.
Ma'am Dev, you hear me?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
We can hear you clearly.
Okay.
So, Mrs. Rince, we would like to, sorry, before we starting this presentation, I would like to ask all participants to mute the speaker and then during the presentation. And if you have like any question in questions and answer session, you can chat it in the chat room or you can raise your hand. Okay, to Mrs. Rince, the time is yours.
Okay.
For 20 to 30 minutes further.
Okay, Ma'am Dev. Mrs. Sarmila Devi, thank you very much. The Honorable Director Politeknik Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh, Bapak Insinyur Elvin Hasman MP, and all the lecturer and student and all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And thank you very much for Dr. Rilma Novita as a PIC of the committee for invited me to make a presentation in this session. I will share screen my PPT.
Thank you, Ms. Devi. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say thank you for your coming in my presentation. It's great to see you all in Zoom meeting. My name is Rince Alfia Fadri from Food Technology Program Study, Politeknik Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh. In this opportunity, I would like to present about acrylamide mitigation in Arabica coffee. Allow me to share screen my presentation. First, I will explain why coffee is kind of magic you can drink. Coffee is happiness in a cup. Sometimes having coffee with your best friend, it's all the therapy you need. It's so important for us to discuss about coffee, because coffee is not beverage, it's a moment of pleasure. The benefit and risk of coffee consumption are still controversial, so that it leads to the challenge of producing quality coffee with the right processing to produce sensory expectation. The roasting process is crucial stage in developing sensory that underlies the formation of aroma, taste, and composition of compound that can affect the quality coffee sensory. Coffee roasting using high temperature can form acrylamide compounds, carcinogenic and neurotoxic properties that attack peripheral nerves in human and cause irritation to the skin and eyes. We need to take care of coffee quality because precursors of acrylamide are mainly amino acid, carbohydrate, and lipid. The formation of acrylamide is also influenced by other factors, namely temperature and heating time, as well as pH, water content, and unstable acrylamide in coffee. But until now, there is very little research that directly investigate of optimization of the parameters of roasting in the roastery coffee or coffee shop. We know sensory tests to know the profile of Ranah Minang specialty coffee is done by cupping method. Cupping coffee is a method used to assess the taste of the coffee. So it doesn't matter where you are from or how you feel. There is always peace in a strong cup of coffee. The extent of acrylamide formation in coffee depends on initial concentration of precursor and their ratio in the green bean. The roasting and storage condition also affect the formation. We know the natural condition of the Ranah Minang highland has a great influence on the quality of the aroma and flavor on the coffee products. Ranah Minang coffee is a strong, specific aroma between the combination of fresh fruit and spices. Another character is its full body coffee character and has a sweet flavor like vanilla, caramel, hazelnut, and etc. The combination of pleasant taste will be felt in the aftertaste. The determination of specialty coffee of Indonesia is still based on the location of the development. It means origin. In fact, the availability of per genetic diversity providers the opportunity to conduct specialty coffee single cultivar based selection which grow in specific location. We call that single origin. Based on the result of the previous study has been proved to be a diversity of physical quality characteristic, biochemic, and flavor among the Arabica coffee cultivar. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of this research is not The purpose of this research is to get information on the value of defect and Arabica coffee sensory, water content, taste, and the overall acceptance of Arabica coffee derived from 20% in West Sumatra. Identification of acrylamide compound and improvement of roasting method for mitigating acrylamide in Arabica coffee. Next, we will talk about the next step needed to identification total defect on green coffee seed from the product processing unit. The quality test result of green coffee beans from product processing unit at level of quality 3 to quality 5 in accordance with INS 101 to 907 to 008 with a defect value about 42.2 to 98.2, and type of defect in Arabica coffee are broken, like broken beans, brown beans, black beans, then followed by perforated beans and hollow beans more than one. Sensory value of Arabica coffee between we can see to the picture sensory value of Arabica coffee between 83.7 and 89.4 obtained from sensory test by key grader is the result of roasting as modulation of aroma and a taste of coffee in producing Arabica coffee profile. If we see the light cupping value is obtained in coffee that has a low number of defects, namely solo Regency coffee with an average number of defect value of 42.2 and cupping value of 89.4, we call that excellent sensory. Yeah, the quality profile of sensory brewing coffee is excellent, and the taste of coffee is complex, like cinnamon, fruity, flowery. It has very strong aroma with fruity and spicy essence. Solo is the solo coffee low acidity, sweetness tend to be high. And the resulting body medium and aftertaste clean. If we see to defect and sensory coffee of Arabica, the result of the assessment stepping profile of Arabica coffee in West Sumatra are very good, where 3 key graders on average is assess the coffee as excellent sensory and outstanding grade. The aroma profile of West Sumatra Arabica coffee is very strong with chocolate, flowery, spicy. The acidity sometimes is low, and the sweetness tends to be produced medium, and the body is medium. Next, we can talk about evaluation of coffee bean defect value. Green coffee characteristic is available in table below. Water content testing, so the average sample has below 12% water content. The maximum water content is 11.54%, and the lowest 10.28%. This defect is some of the value of coffee bean. Test of defect done at the time coffee beans ready to export to determine the quality or grade of the coffee. To determine coffee can use two systems. The namely is Indonesian National Standard or INS and Standard Specialty Coffee Association of America. Based on the general quality requirement, so in the table is known that in all sample of coffee from the origin Ranah Minang, the origin of Ranah Minang, no found living insect, and also odorless bean and or mold smelling. Yeah, and now we are moving on to the next slide, where we are going to have a closer look at how about Arabica coffee from Ranah Minang. The region of West Sumatra is one of the flagship export commodities in Indonesia that has been known in the domestic and international market. It's a thing like that. Specialty coffee is an assessment of classification of coffee with specialty aroma and flavor with a minimum value of 80 and a maximum of 100. It does not have significant defect in the green bean. And specialty coffee is the term for coffee with the highest grade because it is processed specially with special vision, ranging from upstream to downstream. The quality of sensory or specialty coffee flavor is very decisive, including consistency and coffee taste quality analyzed descriptive with cup quality, with key grader only. For example, clean cup. This is done the start of the cupping method, and this assessment can be done with the aftertaste, unfortunately, between glass one with the other. Overall, we talk about the overall assessment of all the characteristics that have been assessed. The value will be good when what is found and what we call that sniff as expected. Yeah. And here, defect is more to the flavor and aroma caused by the coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, to determine the characteristic of good coffee can also be seen from the Standard Specialty Coffee Association of America. In the standard, to see the characteristic flavor of coffee bean roasted and brewed, pay attention the selection process coffee bean to serve. And sensory coffee. Sensory coffee of specialty coffee is the highest grade coffee that has good aroma taste, excellent and outstanding. I think is if with a cupping value above 80 to maximum of 100 and doesn't have major defect. Yeah, we must see the major defect to given the important frosting parameter for Arabica coffee bean. The aim in this study, to improve the roasting method to improve equality West Sumatra Arabica coffee that can be accepted as specialty coffee with sensory expectation like that. Next, the specialty coffee was introduced the first time by Erna Knudsen at International Coffee Conference in France. Actually, the concept is very simple. If we see the namely of specialty geographic microclimate that produce coffee bean with unique flavor profile. Specialty coffee refers to coffee that is different from ordinary coffee because it's high quality or because the production process obtained certification. Like 50 kota, Solok Selatan, Agam, Pasaman, and Saldok, new coffee flavor character form after coffee beans are roasted. The assessment of the quality of coffee is not simple, but it's very complex and many factors affect it, ranging from the level on farm to off farm. I mean, it's we can talk about from farm to table. Up to now, it has been able to detect it more than 800 aroma forming chemical compounds. In addition, there are still many components that have not been detectable, including non-volatile compounds. During the roasting process, the coffee produced depends on the type of green coffee, processing coffee bean, roasting and grinding, stir-fry and brewing method. The roasting of coffee bean changes the content chemically in coffee beans, increasing the size of the coffee beans and color change of seeds. We can see roasted coffee bean undergo a chemical change that is element of delicious taste. Okay, next we can see about Arabica roasting pattern. Yeah, is only coffee from Ranah Mina. The aroma of coffee can be formed from the coffee processing process that comes from enzymatic byproduct. Attributes that usually occur in the enzymatic product are fruity, herby, and we can see the first crack is accompanied by pooping or cooping sound coming. Sound coming from the coffee beans. This cracking sound also indicates the release of water vapor in the coffee beans, which is surprised by CO2 from the core of the coffee beans. From pattern roasting Arabica coffee Sumatera Barat, Ranah Minang, West Sumatra, while the byproducts of sugar brewing, the attributes that usually appear are nutty, caramel, chocolate, and this process comes from compound resulting from the browning reaction of sugar. Browning reaction of sugar, or we can say caramelization during the roasting process. Aromatic compound resulting from the dry distillation reaction in coffee bean fiber, attribute that usually occur are terpene, spicy, carbony. I think this attribute arise from heterocyclic compound of nitrate hydrocarbon. Ladies and gentlemen, after a few minutes in the machine, the color of coffee bean begins to slightly yellow, which indicated the Maillard reaction phase, which began when the temperature of the bean reaches 140 to 160 Celsius, or approximately 5 to 6 minutes after the coffee beans are put into machine. This process will break down sugar in coffee beans, such as like sucrose, glucose, we can see the sugar composition reaction will turn into carbon dioxide gas and other volatile compounds such as acetic acid, like that. I think something like that, yeah, being the development of the roast curve, roasting Arabica coffee. Specialty, if we talk about specialty Arabica coffee sensory value, sensory test to determine the profile of West Sumatra Arabica coffee was coffee was carried out using cupping method. Key grader give the best taste in Arabica coffee from Solo district. It means overall, sub-10 is based on the attribute that have been concluded. West Sumatra has a strong distinctive aroma that combine the freshness of it, flavor, and the aroma of spicy. Another characteristic is character of the coffee, which is full body, has a sweet taste, such as fruity and as chocolate flavor. The combination of pleasant flavor will be felt in the aftertaste. I'll talk quantity file. What we call that, ma'am, Dev? If the sensory quality of the 5 Arabica coffee sample has was almost the same. Each had a unique aroma profile, like Solo, Selatan, Sud Solo, and then Solo Agam coffee have the distinctive aroma such as cinnamon, lemon, chocolate, while Pasaman and 50 Kota each have an aroma resembling honey. What do you call it? Honey, yeah, honey. The distinctive aroma, flowery and spicy. The taste of Arabic for coffee tends to be nutty, fruity, and buttery. Acidity is low, sweetness tends to be high, and the resulting body is medium. You can see, we can see to the picture. And now that leads me to next point, which is important of identification of Acryla Arabica coffee, acrylamide from coffee shop and roastery in West Sumatra or Ranah Minang. The result of acrylamide analysis in Arabica grown coffee obtained from coffee shop and roastery range from 197.6 milligram per gram sample to 578.8 milligram per gram samples. It means the content of acrylamide in the sample is about 112.4 to 351.6 milligram per gram. The result of the study also state the acrylamide level peak at the beginning of the heating process and then decrease. Heating and of the heating process and then decrease. Like her color coffee bean have more acrylamide than darker, right, ma'am? Darker, lebih gelap, yeah. One that is roasted for longer. It means the the content of acrylamide was not detected in specialty coffee roasting at 200 Celsius for 14 minutes and used at a temperature of 200 Celsius with a time 12 minutes. I think the mechanism for deformation acrylamide in solo Arabica coffee is not known with certainty, but it is estimated that mechanism of identification, not identification, but we can see indication of the factor that can influence its formation. The Maillard reaction, which is the main pathway for the formation of acrylamide in solo Arabica coffee. This reaction take place at roasting temperature range between 150 to 180 Celsius and at low water content of coffee beans. The formation of acrylamide in coffee occurs rapidly with the beginning the roasting process and then slow as it approach the maximum levels. If we look up at the screen, you can see the possible outcome from our result. The result of study also that lighter color detected in specialty coffee roasting with the time 12 minutes. Characters of solo Arabica ground coffee include water content after the roasting process temperature and meet the requirement of INS ground coffee. We can say about acrylamide is from early in the roasting process as the Maillard reaction process, moderate roasting like burning produce quite high acrylamide, after which the acrylamide content drop rapidly. The Maillard reaction is a complex reaction that occurs between a carbonyl compound and amine, usually an amino acid, peptide, or protein. The formation acrylamide is associated with the initial stage of the roasting process, and there is concentration decrease when the maximum level is reached due the thermal chemical degradation process. The degree of roasting is an important factor in the information. The formation of the acrylamide. The amount of acrylamide formed in roasted coffee is relatively low compared to the potential formation resulting percent of reducing sugar. Right, remember? One factor that can contribute to relatively high level to acrylamide is the number of defective and immature beans used in commercial product system. Yes, we can see about this graphic picture regarding for the rusting condition. Acrylamide increased in the first stage of rusting and then declined with time and temperature. This probably due to the consumption of the precursors, meaning that the loss acrylamide from physical and chemical degradation predominates against its formation. Longer period to storage always led to a loss of acrylamide level in roasted coffee. The acrylamide the assumption that acrylamide formation during coffee roasting is associated with coffee roasting temperature and the time need future study, I think. In connection with this, the problem that will be studied is the method of roasting coffee, and thought that so that the mitigation of the formation of acrylamide is controlled, as well as the sensory quality is obtained to improve the quality Arabica coffee. Like I think like that, ladies and gentlemen, because scientists believe that acrylamide in food is a product of the Maillard reaction. The reaction occurs when sugar and amino acid are heated above 250 Fahrenheit or 120 Celsius. Okay, next, ladies and gentlemen, we can see chemical compound in Arabica ground coffee. Based on the analysis using GCMS, it can be seen that 25 bioactive compounds were detected in solo Arabica coffee, which was roasted at 200 Celsius for 10 minutes. And of the 25 compounds detected, there were 4 main compounds, namely pyridine, caffeine, hexadecanoic acid, and butyl 9,12-octadecanoate. In this study, solo Arabica coffee was roasted at 200 Celsius for 10 minutes, which is the optimum temperature for roasting coffee. So roasting at temperature of 10 minutes at temperature of 200 Celsius with a time about 10 minutes greatly affect the physical, chemical, and flavor quality change of the coffee beans, which are also influenced by the opening condition of the roaster machine. As well as the characteristic of coffee bean, including the type of coffee. And then moisture contents, size, and then processing method and bioactive component in coffee. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just a quick recap of my points are the result of the identification of chemical compounds Arabica coffee using HPLC with the AKLP047LT101.0 method, which describe the number of chemical components in green coffee and roasted coffee beans. Coffee contain caffeine, chlorogenic acid, trigonelline, and amino acid, carbohydrate, and fatty acid. Each chemical compound in coffee has a role in the information of the taste and aroma of brew coffee. Coffee coffee bean contain carbohydrate and amino acid that play an important role in the Maillard reaction and the formation of sensory and aroma from coffee beans during roasting, which ultimately determine the quality of coffee. Many factors affect acrylamide level in coffee beans, such as the type of coffee, bean maturity, post-harvest, processing, roasting, storage, grinding, and brewing. And I think with how to brew, how to brewing coffee, a cup of coffee. We must need information about it. Okay, we can take conclusion for our discussing today. The characteristic of specialty coffee with the highest caffeine value in Solok District coffee with a value of 91.16, the value of outstanding, and the lowest in 50 Kota District with a value of 86.48. We can say that excellent acrylamide in Arabica ground coffee is obtained from coffee shop and roasteries, rank from 197.6 grams per gram sample to 578.9 grams to gram per gram sample, and 20 chemical compounds are detected in coffee roasted at 200 Celsius for 10 minutes. And from the 25 compounds detected, there are 4 main compounds, namely pyridine, caffeine, and hexadecanoic acid, butyl 912 octadecanoate. Okay. In modernization, coffee seems to be good for most people, that 3 to 5 cups daily, up to 400 milligrams of caffeine. There's different aspect effect the taste, but also affect the compound with the coffee, but it's not clear at all how does different level compounds meant to relate it to health. Roasting, for example, reduce the amount chlorogenic acid, but other antioxidant compounds are formed, like espresso has the highest concentration of many compounds because it has less water than drip coffee. Thank you very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for listening and goodbye. Thank you, Ma'am Devi.
Ma'am Dev, you mute. Still unmute, Ma'am Dev.
I'm so sorry. I unmute. Sorry. Dr. Ince, there's a question from Dr. Wiwi Hardaningsi. In terms of nutrition, which type of coffee is safe for health?
Okay.
Yeah, some types of coffee, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for Dr. Wiwi Hardaningsi for your question. We know the best coffee based on the research, my research I have done is coffee with a long roasting process with a medium to dark or dark roasted coffee levels, because the acrylamide level in this level is quite low. Then we know mitigation acrylamide, the first step to reduce acrylamide contamination is the selection of high quality coffee series harvest. And I think high quality series will minimize the formation of acrylamide compounds. So you can drink everyday coffee with roasted coffee medium to dark or dark roasted coffee, like that, Ma'am Dev.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think host, do we have like sometimes to continue like accepting questions, or we have to finish one more? Yep, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to deliver a question, we have one more chance for you all to deliver question. Raise the hand or chat in the chat room. We will love to accept that. Or everybody happy with the presentation already? In addition, Dr. Rinche is like, I can tell that Dr. Rinche now is highly interested on coffee, especially on cupping.
Yes.
And she traveled anywhere in like Indonesia, probably just to do like some courses in cupping, yeah?
Yeah.
Dr. Rinche, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Inshallah.
So,
you,
ladies and
Dev.
gentlemen, if you are also interested in this, interested in like coffee or processing or something like that, you can ask one more question before we close this presentation, this session. I think, Dr. Rinche, I think everybody is happy with your presentation. And then we would like, I want to close this session with a little bit conclusion that acrylamide, a level of roasted coffee sometimes depends on roasting process. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then temperature and time is not really observed pretty much how it could cause the level of acrylamide.
Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for, that's the end of the session. Thank you for your presence in this session, and we'll see you in the last session in the plenary seminar today. Thank you very much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a nice day.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to the third moderator, Mrs. Sarmila Devi, and also thank you very much for Dr. Alfia Padri to the nice presentation. And now we'll continue to the last plenary session. I'm sorry, this is the fifth plenary session. And that's gonna be began at 3 p.m. at the local time. So, ladies and gentlemen, all the participants, please kindly wait. Thank you.
Suara videonya nggak keluar dong.
Politeknik Pertanian berasal dari
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kami perwakilan Mitra Mahasiswa mengucapkan selamat datang di Politeknik Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh.
perjalanan dan sejarahnya. Politeknik Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh yang awalnya dengan nama Politeknik Pertanian Universitas Andalas. Berdirinya dimulai adanya program pemerintah untuk mengembangkan pendidikan politeknik di Indonesia pada tahun 1980. Ide munculnya pendidikan politeknik pertanian berasal dari pemikiran konsorsium ilmu-ilmu pertanian tahun 1983 dan ditindaklanjuti dengan pembukaan politeknik pertanian di 6 kota, yaitu Payakumbuh, Lampung, Jember, Samarinda, Ujung Pandang, dan Kupang. Konsep pembangunan politeknik pertanian dilaksanakan secara embrional dan struktural. Dititipkan kepada universitas negeri setempat, yaitu Universitas Andalas, Universitas Lampung, Universitas Jember, Universitas Mula Warman, Universitas Hasanuddin, dan Universitas Nusa Cendana. Proses pembangunan sarana dan prasarana Politeknik Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh dimulai pada tahun anggaran 1986-1987 dengan peletakan batu pertama dilakukan oleh Wakil Presiden Sudarmono SH di Tanjung Pati, Kabupaten 50 Kota. Pada tanggal 6 Februari 1989, dimulailah perkuliahan pertama untuk 5 program studi dalam 3 jurusan, yaitu jurusan budidaya tanaman pangan dengan program studi budidaya tanaman pangan, jurusan budidaya tanaman perkebunan dengan program studi budidaya tanaman perkebunan, dan jurusan teknologi pertanian dengan program studi teknologi pangan dan gizi, mekanisasi dan bangunan pertanian, tata air pertanian. Pada bulan Oktober 2014, Politeknik Pertanian Universitas berubah menjadi Politeknik Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh sebagai tanda kemandirian.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back to Icgefast 2021. Now, we move to the fifth plenary session with the keynote speaker for this session is Professor Dr. Christian Klapner from University of Nottingham, United Kingdom, with the topic Discovery of Fresh Markers on Fresh Produce by a Targeted Metabolomics Approach. This session will be moderated by Mrs. Sarmila Devi. To the moderator, Mrs. Sarmila Devi, time is yours.
Pengolahan hasil pertanian serta menyusul di tahun 2015.
We are back to Icgefast 2021.
Studi teknologi pangan dan budidaya peternakan.
Thank you, Ms. Vina. And ladies and gentlemen, it's me again. I'm Devi, and I would like to thank you and welcome Mr. Klapner. If it's not like wrong to pronounce it. Hello?
Adalah Insinyur Elvin Hasman,
Mr. Klapner, are you with us?
Direktur Politeknik Pertanian
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Politeknik Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh.
Hello? Can someone...
Sunyarta MSI sebagai Wakil Direktur 2 Politeknik Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh. Darman Syah sebagai Wakil Direktur.
Hello?
Mr. Klapner, can you listen to us?
Politeknik Pertanian Negeri Payakumbuh atau lebih dikenal dengan Politani, hingga saat ini memiliki 3 jurusan dengan 11 program studi, yakninya budidaya tanaman pangan, jurusan budidaya tanaman perkebunan, jurusan teknologi pertanian.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yes, it was. I think there were more than one person that was handling the muting, and then someone was muting, someone was unmuting. Anyway, so can I share my screen or let me see, how do I do this here? Okay, share the screen. It says host disable participant screen sharing.
Host disable. Sorry, Mr. Kramer. Host disable. Participants share.
Yes.
Enable it.
Okay.
Yeah. We're preparing.
Still doesn't work.
Yep. Just a second. What time is that there now, Mr. Klamner?
It's 7 a.m.
Oh, good morning. Yeah, early.
Yeah, I just made myself a coffee because it's it's much earlier than usual.
Yeah, because it's already like 2 p.m. here.
Okay.
In Indonesia.
Just to clarify, the title for my presentation is appeared in the invitation I received was renewable energy and energy storage. Yes. I think what you mentioned earlier was a bit different. Anyway.
Renewable energy and energy storage.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I can now share my screen. Let's see if I can start the presentation.
Okay. Yep. Can I just a little bit introduce you to the participants?
Oh yes, please. I have my second slide is my biography. I was going to that anyway. So can you first see my screen just to check that this works?
Okay.
Please go on.
I got your screen also in my PowerPoint here. So yeah, we already get it.
Okay.
So ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Christian Klamner, Dr. Christian Klamner from the University of Nottingham is like one of the lecturer. You still like lecturing in University of Nottingham, Mr. Klamner. And then it's like in this international conference on green engineering, food and agricultural science and technology, Mr. Klamner will present the topic entitled Renewable Energy and Energy Storage. More than 100 research publications that I have read on some information that you have read 150 more research publication until now, and from 2017 to 2020 is the development of supercapacitor storage system for aircraft, Clean Sky Esteem. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome Mr. Christian Klamner to have like his presentation. Mr. Klamner, time is yours.
Okay, thank you. So I will present some information regarding renewable energy storage. I was trying to see if I can find any point views from which looking at these two topics that would be relevant for
our topic
applications which you deal with in your faculty. So
thank you.
I have here a biography. It's a bit long. So I'm here with the University of Nottingham since 2003, initially as a lecturer. I was promoted to associate professor in 2011. My interest is in power electronics, mostly to provide very efficient conversion of electrical energy. Looking at some novel topologies, but mostly as application to connect renewable energy to energy storage and energy storage to the grid. Or we do have some special applications. In fact, I think my last 8 years of research was oriented to bring and implement energy storage in aviation. Okay, you have here a list of projects I was in charge of. So the last 3 projects, in fact 4 projects, no, sorry, 3 projects to look at aircrafts. So we are currently still finalizing a project on building a supercapacitor energy storage system for aircrafts. We also had a project that just finished looking at high voltage power electronics for aircrafts. I'm not sure if you're aware with the developments in this area, there is a lot of work towards transforming transforming aircrafts into becoming more electrical, providing a lot of propulsion, not via combustion gas turbines, but electrically. And there are some challenges that needs to be covered. Okay, I'm not going to read all this list of projects, but you see, in 2001, when I started as a research fellow, we were looking at designing converters to connect fuel cells to the AC grid. And later on, because fuel cells did not really pick up, then Danfoss, which was sponsoring this project, converted this technology that we developed to actually work with solar panels. Okay, so on the role of renewable energy, this is a slide I usually show to my students when I'm introducing the module I'm teaching, which is distributed generation and alternative energy. Obviously, there you may hear in the news, there is a lot of discussion about reducing our carbon footprint. The society and the economy of the world is powered mainly from fossil fuels. This produces, by burning them, carbon dioxide. As it enters the atmosphere, this contributes to increasing in temperatures, okay, which causes climate change. So the only way you could stop that continuing to make things worse is to convert as much applications. Instead of running on fossil fuel, you want to run them on renewable energy. Okay. First thing that happens is to actually electrify as many applications. So there is a lot of discussion nowadays into, at least in Europe, into banning any construction and any selling of any gasoline powered vehicles. I think from 2030, 2035. So all vehicles would probably in 10, 15 years time, any new sold vehicles will only be electric. But the problem is that electric vehicles on themselves do not solve this problem, okay? Because you, instead of burning fossil fuels in the car, you probably need to burn it elsewhere to then produce the electricity needed. And this is the extra electricity needed because transportation currently is like a separate consumer besides the electrical system. So electrical systems nowadays need to become much bigger to accommodate also the power and the energy needed to charge the battery in vehicles. And what we need to do is to make sure that this extra energy, extra electrical power that will be needed in the future, as much of it would not be produced on by burning any fossil fuels. Okay, we have here a graph which shows that there has been a lot of progress in making renewable energy more economically viable. You see, in year 2000, when this graph starts looking at the cost, solar energy was very expensive. Okay, but there has been in the last 20 years there has been significant progress. Costs reduced about 5 times, and nowadays the solar wind has a relatively similar price as all the other sources of power. So it is possible and economically more economically viable. In some cases, you still need some subsidies to provide the power. The electrical power from renewable sources. Okay, the only problem is that these renewable sources like solar or wind are not available when you need them. Okay, sun goes up because that's the way it is, not because you need solar power in the middle of the day. So for that reason, because of the mismatch between availability of renewable energy and when you want to use it, you need to do something about bridging this gap. And obviously we are thinking at energy storage as a solution for it, okay? There are some additional problems here, some related to the control of generators, how you can respond to any, let's say, faults in the electrical grid that energy storage can also solve. I'm not entirely sure. I've seen the topics of the plenary session talks, and I could understand that this is a very diverse set of research interests of people attending this conference. So I'll probably not go in too deep in some very technical details, because I'm not sure how much of it the general audience would understand. And for that reason, I'll try to present things which are more general and not so specialized, okay? So you probably are aware of the fact that well, Earth, as it rotates around its own axis, rotates on a tilted axis. So in June, you could receive, at least in the northern hemisphere, I'm probably the geographical location also would make a bit different our views on the availability of solar power. So in June, you get a lot of sunlight. In December, you get less of it. If you look at the way the sun rays hit the surface of the ground, you see here loads of sun rays would shine this particular area in December, because in the northern hemisphere the sun sits much lower in the skies. The same amount of sun rays are lighting a larger surface area, which means that the intensity of light reduces, okay? So this is a variation over the day of the solar radiation at a northern location equivalent to London, okay? So you could see in the summer, the peak in illumination at the middle of the day, it's about 5 times higher than in the middle of the winter, okay? And more importantly, also the duration of the day is different. During the summer, you have very long days. In the winter, you have shortened days. And this you see, so the difference in peak illumination in conjunction with the length of the day means that the available solar radiation, the insolation can change, let's say, probably 8 to almost 10 times between summer and winter. And this obviously makes planning for how much solar installed power you need to have in order to address a particular application makes it very difficult, okay? Obviously, around the equator, you see this is the blue line here, situation is not as bad, but as you go further north, the situation becomes very difficult, especially if you consider that probably in the winter is when you need most energy. You'll need probably more energy in the winter than in the summer, and then obviously in the winter there is less of it. Some of this imbalance can be adjusted by orienting given a specific orientation to the PV panels. But if we are looking at sunroof installation, so you install the PV panels on the top of the roof of your house, the inclination of the PV panels, even the orientation, it's basically imposed by the construction of the house. So then it's not so much you could do with changing the inclination angle of the PV panels, but there could be some adjustments could be made, okay? Now, if we go into looking into various technologies we can use, probably I forgot to mention that you could produce or you could capture solar energy in 2 ways, okay? You can convert the solar energy into heat, and then you get a so-called thermal capturing of this. And I'm not going to talk about that, although it may be of some interest for you, but I do work mostly in electrical engineering part of the system. And by using the so-called photovoltaic solar panels, you could convert these sun rays directly into electricity, but it will be a direct current you produce. Okay, you still need then to convert the direct current into alternating current to be able to inject it in the general AC power network. Okay, there are various technologies that could be used to convert sun rays into electrical power. We have here a technology map starting from about 1975, and what it does, it says that it shows the evolution of the cell efficiency as time passed. Okay, so there are a few technologies that have been investigated. Crystalline cells, monocrystalline or polycrystalline cells. These are the cells that are nowadays the most commercially successful. And you could see here, there is a steady increase in efficiency. The numbers here plotted, in fact, is the performance achieved in research labs. You would imagine that a PV panel that you buy from a specific manufacturer will probably not reach this exact efficiencies. You probably always will be a few percentage below this level, because you always lose some efficiency when you take the cells and you integrate them in a PV panel. There is dead space, dead area when you integrate the cells, which have a more circular shape. When you put them in panels which have rectangular shapes, obviously the corners, you lose a lot of area there, and that contributes to the drop in efficiency. But also the various technologies used here. Obviously, you have the best technology available. It always takes a few years until these technologies would be implemented in industrial processes. So then you could buy them. You could buy that specific PV panel and put it on top of your house. But roughly, commercial PV panels have efficiencies of about 20%. So you see the ones on a single crystalline show efficiencies of around 25%. So it is a drop in commercial cells efficiencies, but we do expect that industrial technologies would catch up in a few years' time. So hopefully in 5-10 years, we would have commercial cells that have efficiencies around 25%. In addition, there are some new technologies. This is the emerging PV. Perovskite cells are something that started probably in the last 10 years and evolved quite quickly, and it is very likely they will catch up. Some of these technologies, like the thin film technologies, although they have slightly lower efficiencies, it is said that they are much cheaper to produce. Okay, now obviously there are some additional aspects here. For example, although the PV panel or the equivalent per watt cost of development may be significantly cheaper for thin films, usually when you plan installation of a PV system on top of the roof of your house, you typically look at a peak power, let's say 3 kilowatts. If the cell is less efficient, then you need more of those panels, larger surface for the PV panels, which means that although the PV panel itself may be cheaper, the installation cost, because you have more of them to install, will be higher. And then it depends a lot on the balance between installation cost and the actual real cost of the PV panel. That will give you the total cost then to see if indeed you could lower overall per installation, not just per PV panel or per PV cell, but per installation you could lower the cost. Okay, and this is one of the reasons why, although it was said, let's say around year 2005, the thin film reached, I think the commercial ones had the efficiencies around 12%. Many people mention that this may be the future technology because it's so cheap to produce. But you see, first of all, efficiencies stayed fairly flat for a quite long time. And if you look at the amount of PV panels sold with this thin film technology, it did not increase so much. Well, you see here the mono and multi crystalline silicon was covering more than, let's say, 90% of the market. Okay, and then there was a shift from multicrystalline to monocrystalline, because obviously there was a way to produce cheaper and more high performance cells with this technology. Okay, so this dictates how things are working on the market. Okay, the other thing which is interesting is that looking at historical data, we can actually see that there is a constant trend in lowering the cost. So as we produce more PV panels, you see the cumulative production goes up. Every time this doubles, we get a 25 reduction in cost. Okay, and this seems to go on for the last, it is said here, last 25 years. So obviously, if there is now an even more decisive move towards implementing more renewable and converting all our energy use into a sustainable zero net emission carbon, if let's say we can increase another 4 times or more the amount of solar panels we produce per year, we can expect an additional, let's say, a significant decrease of costs. If we look at how this affects the total cost of an installation, we have here the cost. I think this may have been true for Germany. So 10 years ago, if you wanted to install, let's say, 1 kilowatt of PV power, it would have costed you around 3,500 euros. Due to mostly the reduction in the cost of PV panels, this cost came down now about 5 times, roughly 4 or 5 times. And this is, as you see here, mostly because the PV modules cost reduced from 70% of the total installation to probably 40% here. So, and the associated devices you have, like converter, switch gear, and everything else needed to connect the PV panel to the AC grid, the cost reduced there as well, but you see it's not such a huge reduction. Okay, and this is why, although cost here went down, let's say 5 times or so, or 8 times, let's say, for the PV panels, in terms of the installation, because the associated devices reduced significantly less than 8 times, let's say reduced only to a half in terms of cost. Overall, you see, it cost us probably about a third. No, so this is 25%. It's about a fourth to install, let's say, 1 kilowatt of PV power compared to what it was 10, 15 years ago. Okay, but the trend is good. The trend is still going on. A few words about what we need to be looking at when we do installation of PV panels. Here we have the voltage on the horizontal axis versus current behavior. So at 1,000 watt per square meter, which is the nominal solar radiation, the current, the short circuit current basically of the cell. So if your voltage is almost zero, this is dependent on the illumination. But then you get, and it's independent, this short circuit current is independent on the temperature. But what happens is that the voltage of the cell at no load and closer to the maximum power point is heavily dependent on temperature. And the problem is most manufacturers will give you in the data sheet the behavior and importantly the peak power. You see, if you look at here at power on the vertical axis versus voltage, they will state the rate that the nominal power of the panel will be defined with 25 degrees Celsius, which is not always the case. I install PV panels on the roof of my house, and I can tell you that I've monitored how much power is produced over the summer. It always is about 10-20% lower than what you expect from nominal values, because as the sun is illuminating the PV panels, it also makes them quite hot. So then you lose probably about 15% or even 20% in very hot days because the voltage reduces. Okay, so we need to have the short circuit current, we need to have the open circuit voltage. One is dependent on illumination, the other one is dependent on temperature. And also, if you look at the behavior here, you see we are reaching the maximum of the power at very specific coordinates in terms of voltage and current. So obviously, we need an electronic circuit that could provide the functionality of maximum power point tracking and maximize the power extraction, and always change operating conditions, so you always are on the top of these curves and always extracting maximum power. There is another issue with PV panels, is the shading. Obviously, if you connect all the PV panels in series to increase the voltage, so you can make the conversion of electricity much easier, then any destruction, let's say if you get shading, that's equivalent to change of illumination for one of the PV panels in the string. So you can see here that then the current of that particular PV panel will drop suddenly. And for that reason, if the area shaded is of that particular panel tends to be quite high, let's say beyond 25%. So you need to be very careful about placing your PV panels not closer to trees, or not have anything that could put a shade on the PV panels, because you could lose significant amount of available power. You see. But the other issue is that if you use electronics, so if you equip each PV panel with its own maximum power point tracker, then any reduction in power will be less significant. Okay. So this was something to introduce the topic of solar panel to solar photovoltaic power to you. Now I'm saying about a few words about wind. I'm actually teaching one of the modules I mentioned earlier, and the bulk of renewable or alternative energy is looking at how wind turbines are working. Obviously, in a nacelle, which is the bulky bit connecting to the blades that everybody sees when it sees a wind turbine, there is a whole factory inside. This nacelle, typically for a 3 megawatt or higher wind turbine, may have the size of a double-decker bus. So this is huge. I also had in one of the slides I showed to my students is myself sitting nearby a nacelle of a wind turbine, and indeed it's very large. And what we do in our module, we are looking at the various converters that could be used to connect the mechanical power that you get from the blades into electrical power. Again, as I'm saying, I'm not going into all the details. I'll be looking a little bit at how the cost changed over the years. You could see it is still in the last 10-15 years, reduction in cost, unfortunately, is not as significant as we have seen it with solar panels. We remember 10 years, I think it was a reduction of 5 times or 4 times in terms of costs of a PV panel. With the wind, you see probably a reduction of about from 1.5 to, let's say, 1. So that's about 30% reduction only. But it's still good that things are improving. Most of the time, when you judge how economically it is to install renewable energy, you look at this levelized cost of electricity. Okay, levelized cost of energy, basically. So you are looking at the cost of the installation, which was also caught by this number, and then you are assuming that you have a given amount of lifetime in the wind turbine or in the solar panels of, let's say, 10 or 20 years or 30 years. And then if you spread the cost, and if you look at how much electricity you could capture in each year, obviously wind and also solar is not like coal power plant. So you can't run it continuously. Solar will work only during daytime, and even during daytime, the amount of solar radiation changes quite significantly. Wind also blows only in certain conditions. So typically, you have much lower utilization factors for these two types of renewable energy sources. And this is why, because they work for less time than a normal, let's say, nuclear power, which can run continuously, the levelized cost of electricity can be much higher. That's hopefully not significantly higher. Okay. I'm not going to explaining all this mathematics. So if you want to evaluate how much power you could extract from the air as it moves with the wind, you look at how much energy, kinetic energy, is contained in a column of cylindrical column of air that is swept by the blades. And if you do the maths and if you replace the mass of air with the density and size of this cylinder, and if you assume that this cylinder moves, having a length of L, moves with a given speed, you could then replace some of these parameters, and then you get, if you do a derivative on energy, you get a power. If you do a derivative on the length of the column, you get a speed, and so on. You could notice that in the moving column of air, there is a maximum power equivalent to the kinetic energy, which is given by this formula. So obviously, the radius of the rotor is imposed by the design of the blades, but the velocity of the wind, power of 3, this is something that obviously comes from the wind. The problem is you cannot really capture all of this, because what this would mean is that as the air passes through the blades, it needs to stop suddenly to be able to extract all the kinetic energy. So you still need to allow air to move, a new column of air should come through the blades, and the one that passed through continues moving. So for that reason, only a relatively small fraction of this can be captured. Okay. We can say that we have the power coefficient CP here that shows how the ratio between real power captured divided by the maximum power looks like. And you see it always reaches a maximum at a given tip speed ratio. Tip speed ratio means a ratio between the tangential velocity of the blade at the tip of the blade and the speed of the wind. Okay, and typically for a given design with 3 blades, which is the one that is very general nowadays, you always reach the maximum power coefficient at a tip speed ratio of about 6 to 7. And if you look also, you cannot capture more than 40% of the theoretical power in the wind. Okay, if you want to displace the electrical or the mechanical power that can be captured for different wind speeds, each dark curve here it's taken at a given wind speed. You see that with this power coefficient peaking at a very specific tip speed ratio, you obtain something similar to what we have seen with solar power. You get a maximum power available from the wind turbine, and what this means is that we always need to be able to adjust the speed of the rotational angular speed of the turbine. We need to adjust it in conjunction with the velocity of the wind. Okay, and for that reason, what we need is variable speed wind turbines. You see, if we would have operated with constant rotational speed of the wind turbine, we'll get operating points along this blue line. You see, we get this yellow dots here if we operate at fixed speed. If we operate at variable speed, you see we get significantly more power, especially in light wind condition. Okay, so what happens is that if you look also at the distribution of wind speeds over time, you'll see that most of the time the wind doesn't blow with maximum speed. You always get relatively low wind speeds. And this is where, although there is less power because of the relatively large amount of time wind blows with a relative moderate speed, there is where all the energy is. So it's very important that we should be able to tap into this low wind speed conditions. And here you see significant increases in the amount of power captured if we operate with variable speed. The worst case obviously is here at a very small speed. If you operate with constant nominal speed, basically you get 0 power, but you would still get about 20% electrical power if you can have variable rotational speed. And what we can say is that if you want to produce a very good wind turbine, you don't need a speed range from starting from 0 to maximum. You see here in this particular graph, the ratio between maximum speed which is here a nominal condition, to minimum speed to get you a meaningful amount of power capture, which in this particular case is about 10%, it's 2 to 1. Okay, so if you can decrease the speed just from 100% down to 50%, you basically cover the power range from 12.5% up to 100%. So in that case, there are obviously some very specific arrangements which could take advantage of this. We have here listed a few technologies that could be built to in the way the electrical generators are then connected to power electronics to then extract the power and send it to the grid. DFIG stands for double fed induction generator. SG is a standard synchronous generator, but all the synchronous generators need, because if they operate with variable speed, they will produce variable frequency. They would need a full-scale power converter. This is also a permanent synchronous generator, but has excitation with permanent magnets. DD stands for direct drive. If you remember the schematic I showed early, the gearbox is actually a very large component needed in some wind turbines, which also in some with some technologies is another source of failures. Obviously, if you remove the gearbox and you have the generator driven directly by the main shaft, you remove a source of problems. Also, you could make the design cheaper and more efficient, but obviously the generator construction becomes more expensive. Okay, so here we have some examples of the costs. Obviously, a direct drive arrangement, although you remove the gearbox, can be more expensive, but not so much. You see, probably it's about 10–15% difference between the cheapest, which is a double fed induction generator with a single stage gearbox. But if you then look at losses, equivalence of losses, and also equivalence of the fact that perhaps a DFIG needs more maintenance and so on, the difference in the amount of costs and energy yields will not be so different. Okay, so this is just an example to show the comparison between the various constructions. Okay, again, I'm not going into lots of details. It is expected that some of this performance will improve again as we increase production. Some of these yields will increase, so you get more energy for the money you spend. Okay, so this was basically a bit of an introduction into solar and wind energy. Now I'll be talking about the benefits of renewables. So here we have the topology of a power system. Obviously, you have the standard power generation in large facilities. You could also have the renewables. Now, depending on the installed power, renewables can be generating on the low voltage end or on the medium voltage end. In order to send this power, especially if you have large wind or large solar power plants, you need to connect them to the high voltage transmission system, and for that reason you need the transformers to step up the voltage. And then there are various places where you can install energy storage. For example, in power grids which see from the consumer side a lot of change in terms of power consumed. The typical traditional power generation likes very much to operate at constant generated power. Okay, but obviously if you have no storage and the consumer changes his mind and has a very highly variable consumption, this will degrade the performance and the economics of the generation. And in that case, you could have, let's say, energy storage installed to provide load leveling. You could also have energy storage connected to the same transmission lines to provide spinning reserves. You could have energy storage connected near the renewable generation to make sure that the fact that generation being highly variable and depending on weather condition, you could make this generation more predictable by having energy storage installed in connection with that. But also you could do some additional load leveling at the consumer end. Okay, And also there is frequency regulation features as well. But here I probably need to go in more detail to explain how controlling voltage and frequency in a power grid works, and probably is not the point of this lecture. So we have here listed the 4 benefits where we can use storage, and how you could then what kind of benefits you could get. I think I already mentioned all of those. Here are just summarized. But typically in a power system, we need to control the frequency, and this is done by always making sure you can match the power consumed with the power generated. But the problem is, in a complex system, you can have tens, if not hundreds, of generators, large scale generators, and you can have millions of consumers. So then it's almost impossible to measure what everybody is doing and do the maths every fractions of a second to be able to match generation with demand. So frequency is a state variable in the system that always reflects the imbalance between power generated and power consumed. So if the frequency increases, it means you have too much generation. If the frequency decreases, it means you have too much power consumed. And then someone looking at the frequency can estimate if you need to increase generation or reduce generation, because obviously you cannot go to the consumer and tell them, well, you need to change your behavior. Voltage can fluctuate in all places here in the network. Frequency is one for the whole system. This is something I forgot to mention. And we inject reactive power, or we control the reactive power in order to make sure that we can keep voltage stable in all the local networks. Okay. Looking at energy storage, we can have a mechanical storage. You see, this is shown in the blue area. This can be either pump hydro, compressed air. You could use flywheels. All of them will store or will convert energy from hydraulic or compressed air into mechanical, and then you have some sort of electrical generators, electromechanical generators that will convert the mechanical into electrical. Okay. I probably need to stress the fact here, looking at the fact that you deal with food and agriculture. Food processing obviously needs a lot of heat, okay? And for that reason, if, for example, you have a facility which would store energy as compressed air, obviously compressing a gas and expanding a gas also results in heat being generated. It could be either hot heat in the form of hot air, which can warm, you could then produce as a byproduct, you could produce hot water, which can be used for processing food, or you could produce cold heat, which can be used for refrigeration. So in some cases, although compressed air is said to have a relatively lower efficiency compared to the other sources of other means of storing energy, because you could make use of the waste heat in the industrial cycles you have, you could overall in a cogeneration type of fashion, you could actually end up with a better deal, because you could use the hot water, you could use the cold gases and for refrigeration. Okay. You could also store electricity as in capacitors, electrochemical capacitors. The problem here is you see that the state of charge across a capacitor varies with voltage, which means that if you need to change a lot of electricity as the voltage increases when the capacitor charges, then for constant power, current will decrease. But more importantly, if the voltage drops down, current needs to increase quite a lot. So that makes the design of the converter connecting the energy storage device to the AC grid quite difficult. Batteries are much nicer because the voltage changes far less compared to capacitors, but obviously they are much more expensive and they have their own set of problems. I'm not going into loads of details here. Okay. We do expect that in the future a lot of electric vehicles will become available. Now the problem is what happens with the batteries of these vehicles after the vehicle reach the end of its life. And typically, there is a research topic quite interesting, which looks at second life batteries, which means that batteries which have a capacity of less than 80% of their nominal capacity, or when the internal resistance doubled, obviously you cannot extract so much power out of those. And then rather than throwing them out, you could use them, for example, in conjunction with a solar installation to help you with storing energy. Okay. If we want to understand a bit better and be able to compare in a more fairer way the different types of energy storage, we need to understand how they actually work. So I'm not sure how many of you realize this. An energy storage device has two components. You have the so-called energy store, and you have the energy or the power converter. Here I'm showing a picture of a redox flow battery, which shows the two electrolyte tanks. And then you process these liquids in the actual cell. And in this cell, you have the ion exchange and you generate electricity. But you see, the size of the cell is not representative for the overall size of the system. You would have very large tanks and very small cells if you need, for example, relatively low amounts of power generated, but you need huge amounts of energy to be stored. Or you could do the other way around. And if you look, most energy storage systems have the same sort of construction. For example, in a fuel cell, you have the pressurized tanks of hydrogen, which will be the energy stores. But then the fuel cell itself can be relatively small. Okay, some people are just showing sometimes only the energy or the power converter, saying, "Oh, this is so small." But in fact, the energy stores will be also part of the energy storage system. And what happens, for example, with batteries and supercaps, the energy store and the power converter are inside the same device. You see, in the electrode material, you also store energy, and other plates, you convert the electricity back. So for that reason, we need to be understanding a bit better what happens, and when you compare especially sizing and weights, realize that batteries and supercaps, both of them are here together. You see, it's not like in a gasoline system, power system, the fuel tank is the energy store, the combustion engine is the power converter. Okay. In order to judge the performance of energy storage components, we are looking at the so-called Ragon plots. Okay, so we are looking at specific energy, which means how much watt hour you can install per kilogram of component, versus specific power, which shows how quickly you can get the energy in and out, which looks at how much watt per kilogram you get. And obviously you have lithium-ion batteries, which are fairly energy dense, but obviously you cannot extract a lot of power out of those. And you could have capacitors, which obviously have a relatively low energy density, but power can go in and out very quickly because they could have high currents. This is a specific graph which I got, and this was used in conjunction with electric vehicles. So obviously you have the behavior of a fuel cell, you have the goal for an electric vehicle, what you want. This is partially hybrid electric. So you have different requirements from those. And I use this slide. We did a study some time ago on off-grid electrical chargers. And just to put things in context, I said, look, if you evaluate the behavior of an internal combustion engine, you need to obviously, when you take the weight, obviously you divide the power by the weight. The weight needs to also include the fuel tank, and the fuel and the engine. Okay, so if you do all these maths, you'll see that there are some degradation in terms of behavior. But here you have the typical energy densities. 140, actually this could be 240 watt hour per kilogram for lithium ion. Probably here I need to revise the slide. Supercapacitors start from 5 watt hour per kilogram, but they could go up to even 15, 20. But you see, for a gasoline engine, you work with significantly higher powers and energies. And this is hard to beat, but also we need to remember that converting energy from gasoline into electrical, probably the efficiencies will be around 20–25%. So then you see, if you work only on electrical world, that could give you some benefits. now I'll be talking about 2 or 3 applications where you could use energy storage. One of them is complementing the generation of using solar photovoltaics in a house with energy storage. There have been quite a few projects we run in this area. It's not just residential. We can look also at some more industrial applications, but the main idea here is that you have the main electrical grid. Obviously, you could import electricity, and this is shown with the red arrow here. If you have excess power from the PV panel, obviously you could export it back to the grid. The only problem you see is that I'm not sure how the situation is in your country. In the Western Europe, the situation is that whenever you want to buy electricity, especially during peak times, the electricity is quite expensive. When you have surplus of electricity and you sell it to the grid buys it from you, but at a much lower price. So probably they pay less than a third, probably a third to a fifth of the cost. So if you the same kilowatt hour which you exported during daytime when you have a lot of solar power, when you buy it during evening, it costs you 5 times more money. So then, although you are carbon neutral from this point of view, you produce the same amount of kilowatt hour as you consume over the day, you could still end up with a pretty hefty electricity bill because of these price differences. And for that reason, it's important to investigate if you integrate a battery with your house. So then you could use some of the excess power you see during daytime. Here, negative power. This is the excess power is the power consumed minus power generated. Obviously, during daytime, when you generate a lot of power, this goes negative. You can either sell this excess power to the grid for little money, or you could try to put it in a battery and then use this energy from the battery to power the consumption of your own house during the evening. But also what you could do with the battery is buy electricity during night, especially if you're on a dual tariff, or in the future when we'll have the smart grids. If you have dynamic pricing and the price of electricity suddenly drops down, you could then buy cheap electricity to power your consumption in the next morning when the PV power, the solar power is not yet up to rated conditions. Okay, so you could actually do 2 cycles: charge the battery during the day, consuming during the evening, charge again during the night, and consume it in the morning. So the more cycles you make with the battery, the more the amplitude of those cycles in terms of energy becomes smaller. So the size of the battery gets smaller with increasing of the number of cycles. Here we did a study on a system. You see the blue curves here shown as positive are the load power. The red ones are the PV solar generated power. And obviously in the spring, we did this for all seasons. This is a whole week of time. If you look on the horizontal axis, you could end up with if you don't design properly the amount of PV panels, you could actually end up with a deficit in energy. But then if you look at how the battery would charge and discharge, especially if you do 2 cycles per day, as I said, charge, you see here you have a lot of PV power generated. So you charge your battery, then you consume it in the evening. Well, here obviously the size of the battery was not very large, so you fill the battery towards, let's say, and you had to export some excess power because your battery was too small. But obviously in some other days there was not so much PV power available. So then obviously you don't overcharge and you don't sell any excess power. You could also monitor how much cheap electricity you buy and how much expensive electricity you buy. Obviously, if you have a battery, you could shift this balance towards charging your battery more overnight with cheap electricity and minimizing the amount of energy you buy in the day. And then if you do this, and you look at the various seasons, what happens is, you see, if you have no or you have very little battery, what happens is, at least you see in the summer, you need to export a lot of PV power because the generation does not meet consumption at the time it's generated. So a lot of it would be exported. And also you need to buy a lot of expensive electricity. But as you install more and more battery, you see, you could reduce significantly the amount of expensive energy you buy, and you could reduce also the amount of exported PV power. Okay, if you do this over all the seasons, and then you could levelize impact for a whole year, you could see that there is a size of a battery. You see, this is a 12-volt battery, and this is the amp hour on the horizontal axis. You see, the benefits is more beneficial up to a point after which you see these advantages reduce. Same will happen. You see, if you look at how much PV power as a total of the PV power produced is exported to the grid. As a curiosity, I installed, as I said earlier, a PV system in my house, and we ended up with the same problem. In the summer, more than half of the PV energy we produce was exported in the grid, because during daytime, you get a lot of power produced and it's not much consumed in the house. Most loads in the house have relatively low power ratings and they operate for longer, especially in the evening. Okay. And for that reason, we had to export a lot. Obviously, this amount reduces in the spring and in the winter, but also the total energy produced reduces. So you see, with relatively low amount of battery size, you see this is a 3 kilowatt system here or a 5 kilowatt system here. You could half the amount of PV power exported for very little money. Okay. There is another application which we looked at, and probably need to speed up a bit. I think I overrun a bit the time. I planned to do a short presentation, and I said it was too short, and then I added more stuff on. So one thing that we can do is also improve efficiencies of diesel generators. You see, this shows if you have a generator set powered by a diesel engine, in principle, if you have this in a car, the speed of the car adjusts with the power requirement, and then most of the time you could operate at relatively high efficiencies. But if you need to drive an electrical generator, the frequency needs to stay constant, so you always need to run it at maximum speed. And then as you reduce power, reduction of power is met by a reduction in torque, and this you see causes significant reduction in efficiencies. If, for example, we have loads attached to this generator that are fairly intermittent, instead of rating the generator at the peak power of the intermittent load, we can design it at the average power. Then, because this power becomes smaller, we can have an energy storage system to deliver the difference in power required by this intermittent load. And obviously, you could either have supercapacitors that could charge and discharge very quickly, or if you have loads, intermittent loads, which have longer cycles, we can replace them with batteries. But what this means is that instead of ramping down from rated power down to minimum power and lose, let's say, 75% of your, you see, it's a reduction of from 33% top efficiency to 8% efficiency at this point. If you operate in a much narrower power range, reduction in efficiency goes only from 33% to 20%. So you could save quite a lot of fuel. And the last thing, which I'm going probably very quickly because it gets very technical, this is an example of an energy storage system we designed here at University of Nottingham. This was to connect supercapacitors. You see they are connected here on the low voltage side to a medium voltage grid, and then we built a technology demonstrator for this. We had each of the units built and implemented, and we had some testing done. The converters can generate a very nice voltage because they're multi-level. You see, you get a sinusoidal voltage. They could respond fairly quickly to any power demands. Efficiency is typically quite high, in the range of 85%. If you use this technology as a substation, but a power electronics based substation, the efficiency will be probably 90 to 95%. But the functionality is the part that is very important here. So here we have a test where we use an AC supply to model the typical low voltage failure of the power grid and then the recovery. And then we were able to prove that our system can help the power grid to cover any energy and any power mismatch as seen in the medium voltage grid subject to this type of fault, and provide also, I'm not sure if it's visible here, the reactive power also. So reactive power support on the medium voltage grid to help restore the voltage after a failure on the medium voltage grid, but also inject the amount of power needed in the low voltage grid to help with supplying loads with the power. So on the low voltage grids, loads will not sense that there was a problem on the medium voltage grid. And here I have a set of conclusions. Obviously, as I've shown, the cost of installation and production reduced quite a lot, both for PV and wind. Energy storage is useful in various areas. I think I made a point of second lifetime batteries, synergy between compressed air and the production of waste heat that can be useful, can be used in a cogeneration type of fashion, and also having energy storage, we can maximize efficiencies and we can help with the various functionality. Again, I need to apologize. I exceeded quite a lot of time. Probably there are not so much time for questions. But obviously, I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you may have. I'm not sure if there are any comments here.
Yep. Mr. Plumner?
Yes.
We have 3 questions here. And then can we just start it from the first one?
Okay, I have a question. As we know, I can read this one. Is the one that are the ones on the chat, yeah? So as we know, this energy by solar, it depends on the weather, and that's why there is storage energy. But is the energy that we have stored is sustainable? Well, yes, if you produce the energy that you store in the battery from renewable sources, yes, then it's sustainable.
Yeah.
But the problem is, and I think I know which angle you come from. Obviously, if you have cloud cover and then you have no sunlight to actually charge your storage, then you may actually have to use a diesel generator to charge the storage. We have done some studies on such systems where you have renewable generation, but also you may have an emergency backup generator. So if you have prolonged periods of time with no wind or no solar, then obviously you need to do something about it. The point is, you obviously need to be very careful when you design your system, so you don't install a system in countries or in areas where 80% of the time it's rainy and 80% of the time there are lots of clouds on the sky, because obviously you'll not be able to generate any energy. You need to install these systems where you have, let's say, the capability to generate a significant amount of energy using solar. Okay. In other cases, for example, you could use still diesel generators, but you could use, let's say, biofuels, biodiesel to power this, and then you could still have reduced environmental impact. I'm not sure if that answers the question. I'll go for the second question. Renewable energy sources depends on energy storage to maintain a service to customer. How do we combine multiple renewable sources and multiple energy storage to get their benefits? Well, if you have a power system, an electrical power system that is fairly reliable, just by converting each of these renewable sources with their dedicated power converters. So there are specific power converters for solar. There are specific power converters for wind. There is also specific power converters for connecting batteries or supercaps to the grid. They typically have dedicated controllers that will work into maximizing the benefits of interfacing them with the grid. So this is done. We actually do the design. We do design of such system. Unfortunately, I was not sure if going into such details it will not be probably suitable for some part of the audience, and this is why I did not present any of the specifics. But in the last part, in part 6 of my presentation, where I show those waveforms, where we actually use energy storage to support the grid during a grid failure, you need to have a very fast control to be able to sense very quickly the failure and then switch the operation of the system from a normal operation where you just follow a particular reference power profile into another operating mode, which means supporting the grid with reactive power on the medium voltage side, and continue to supply the power on the low voltage side. So then the users on the low voltage side have no idea that there was actually a failure on the medium voltage distribution grid. So there are obviously control issues. There are still challenges. Obviously, the grid is not perfect, and the more renewable we add to the grid, it makes the operation of the grid more complex. So obviously there are loads of challenges. We do a lot of work in research to try to address some of this. Unfortunately, I would not be able to go in a lot of details now. And let's look at the last question. What do you think about the trend of using renewable energy in meeting the needs of the agriculture sector, and what potential can still be exploited, especially those of us who live in a tropical climate? Well, this is a good question, and unfortunately, I don't have a full answer for you. I think we need to also have a look at how affordable, not just the generation it is, but also the storage. As I said, currently, I think energy storage is one of the problems now that they don't have. I mean, we can see reduction in the costs, okay? But unfortunately, the reduction in the costs are not so high, so you could use, let's say, batteries for any vehicle. We have difficulties even with selling electrical cars to customers, and in the Western societies, customers are much richer than in the developing countries. And you see, it's a big gap. There are obviously electric vehicles being sold, but the numbers are still relatively low. You need to have quite a lot of money to afford to pay for an electric vehicle, because just the battery of the vehicle may be half the cost of the vehicle. So they are still very expensive. I think there is progress made, but there still we need to have quite a lot of time going on for cost to reduce. And also, I think a lot of the cost reductions will come from selling more cars, and this measure of actually banning any petrol power cars to be sold in the Western Europe in 10, 15 years time will basically force the market to have a higher number of units produced. Hopefully we get an additional aspect in reducing costs from this, okay? But again, there are other issues. I think availability of lithium for lithium-ion batteries is limited. It's a difficult aspect, and especially in agriculture, because most goods manufactured in agriculture are quite cheap. Is not high value. For that reason, you see, probably agriculture will be one of the last ones to convert to electrical. That obviously, but I think a lot of things can be done in terms of, let's say, using biofuels. Again, it's not my field of expertise. I think from an electrical point of view, I can still see that with a tractor which you use to cultivate your land, there is a lot of area you need to cover. You could either have a tether to have a cable always connected to a machinery and run it electrically. But this obviously is not always possible if you need to cover a lot of land. Then what you do, would you put a battery on a tractor? This will probably be quite expensive. So to be honest, I don't see much of many solutions here. I think using biodiesel would probably be something that may be straightforward. Sorry, I'm not able to give more insights on this.
Okay. So that's like the last questions that we could answer this afternoon, probably, Mr. Klumpner. And this is a very, very like interesting presentation that you have been delivered to us. Thank you very much.
Okay, then, thanks a lot.
Yeah, probably we can we can bring back you here again in the next, probably someday.
Yeah,
you very
well,
much.
yes, I need to go probably to a lecture very soon. So thanks a lot for
Thank you very much.
inviting me, and good luck with all these efforts you need to have into implementing this technology. I know agriculture, as I said, is probably very challenging, and as I said, I may not have answers for most of these questions. But thanks for inviting me, and have a good day. See you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Have a good day. Bye.
Thank you.
Baiklah. Sorry. Baiklah, ladies and gentlemen. That's like the last presentation for today, and I would like to say thank you very much for all of participants today, and I will bring it back to our MC Vina. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Christian Cogner from University of Nottingham. Such an insightful and informative presentation. Also, thanks to the fifth moderator, Mrs. Sarmira Devi. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with the end of the fifth plenary session, the International Conference on Green Engineering, Food, Agricultural Science and Technology 2021, Day 1 ends today. To all presenters, guests, moderators, and audiences, thank you very much for your participation. And also, thanks to our sponsor, KPN Politani, Bank Nagari, Bank BRI, Telkom Indonesia, Mitra Kerinci RNI Group, Corteva Agri-Science for your support. I'm Vina Kartini Karsuni. We'll see you in the next day, Icgefast 2021. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
To all participants, we would like to inform you that the second day of the Icgefast will be allowed at 8 a.m. tomorrow. So I hope you guys will enter this site and on time in a local time. Thank you very much.
Selamat pagi.
Bebas lepaskan mimpimu, tegar kuatkan langkahmu, gapailah cita-citamu, takkan padam semangatmu. Pantang pantang kalah, tanpa batas yakinlah kau pasti bisa. Terus berjuang, terus berkarya, datang bersuara.
setiap langkah bebas karyamu. IndiHome, aktivitas tanpa batas.
Selamat pagi.
Bebas lepaskan mimpimu, tegar kuatkan langkahmu, gapailah cita-citamu, takkan padam semangatmu. Bangunlah, bangkitlah, tanpa batas, yakinlah kau pasti bisa. Terus berjuang, terus berkarya, datang bersuara pada dunia. Negeriku adalah rumahku, sekarang dan selamanya.
Mendukung setiap langkah bebas karyamu. IndiHome, aktivitas tanpa batas.